Hello, everyone. My name is Katie of GreenlandQuilter, and welcome to Friday Nights Live. Man, where in the world is the days going to? We were just here last week, and it's just like with these days going by. They're just flying by so fast that we're three-quarters of the way through March, and I'm thinking, gosh, we just had the first of the year. What the heck? But anyway, I have Teresa here with me tonight, and later we're going to have another guest that's going to join me and Teresa. That's why there's a circle with a question mark because I'm surprising y'all with Teresa and my other guests, and y'all are y'all will love both of them because they're so easy to sew with. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Teresa as soon as I get this chat off the screen. Hang on a minute, got to fix something. I'm going to introduce Teresa, and she's going to tell you a little bit about her channel and what she plans on working on tonight. And then I'm going to do a little housekeeping, and then we'll start the tutorial. Okay, go ahead, Teresa.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name's Teresa Louise. I quilt too, as my channel name. And I do YouTube videos on quilting, sewing, some crafting. Kind of like a blog. It's kind of like a vlog. You know, we just sew and chat. I go live on Tuesday, or not Tuesdays. My brain. Sunday at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So normally, if I'm feeling good, I go live. Today, I'm just going to continue working on the charm pack quilt, and yeah, see how far I get today, and visit with everybody. So,
Yep, that's awesome. I've been working on the channel sew too the last couple of days. I have lots of half square triangles to sew together into those little hourglass blocks. There's so many of them. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we do have another guest that's going to come soon,
we
and
do.
we'll see who it is when she gets here. She'll be here probably in I don't know, an hour because she's stuck someplace. Or no, she's got a client she has to take care of. Okay, so in the meantime, let me go ahead and get a couple of little housekeeping things out of the way. Tomorrow, um, Janice will not be with us tomorrow night, so I have asked Teresa and if she would mind if she has time tomorrow to hop on. And also, I think I might have someone else that can join us as well in case, in case bad weather hits or, um, you never know what tomorrow's going to bring until tomorrow gets here. You know what I mean? So tomorrow I will be continuing on with my Tula Pink sew that I'm making for my granddaughter. And Sunday is my youngest daughter's birthday. She turns 35. I cannot believe that. Now all my kids are middle 30s now. We got 35, 36, and 38. So I can't believe it. And also, for those of you who are paid members, please go look at the Greenland Quilter community tab because there is a posting that only you can see. And I need you to either comment below on that post. You need to answer the question or email me. And yeah, because I put the email there too, I think. I hope I did because it's private. No one else can see it. So make sure you pursue that because I need to see, you'll know what it's about. Just go have a look. Okay. And then next week is going to be one busy week. I have I'm doing two extra lives because and it's not going to be on my usual live days because their schedules are very tight. One of them is because it's my birthday and we're just going to celebrate my birthday while I invite a new guest that y'all have never met. She's going to come on with me. She inherited either her mother or her grandmother's old sewing machine and some fabric and stuff. So we're going to kind of like She's going to show you what she inherited, and y'all are going to love it because it's an older sewing machine. And that's on my birthday, which is Wednesday. And she'll also talk about her YouTube channel because she has one, but her YouTube channel is different than ours. She's a homesteader. And so we'll be talking about not only her doing this, getting all the sewing stuff, but we'll talk about her farm and what she likes to do. She loves to cook. She's an avid gardener. She has silky chickens, and I'm hoping she'll show one of them because she does bring them in her house from time to time. So that'll be interesting. But on Tuesday, the 25th, Andy of Crafty Witch is going to join me on a live, and we're going to be talking about crochet stuff. We're going to have a little trunk show so you can see her items that she makes. She does sell quite a bit of them, and she's also an avid crocheter. She has a YouTube channel, and I have some stuff that relate to crocheting that I will show also, along with a couple of subscription boxes that I'm going to show you guys. And I think that me and Andy are going to start I don't know, we haven't got it written in law yet, but we're probably going to do a small crochet collab every month so that it kind of changes things, not changes it, just adds a little oomph to the channel. And, you know, because I know there's some people here that crochet. So that's Tuesday and Wednesday. Then I have my usual live Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So next week is going to be slamming.
Boy, it sounds like it.
Oh yeah, boy, I'm going to be having a good time. I'll definitely be glad when my day's off because I'll be sleeping. Okay, maybe, I hope. All right. Let me say hello to people that's already here in the chat, and then we're going to start this tutorial because this will be block number 4 of the first 4 that I had you guys voting on a poll with. So don't answer that poll until after the tutorial, okay? Because you might change your mind, and I don't know if it's going to let you re-vote or not, to be honest. I think once you vote, you can't undo it. I'm not sure, but I think that's how it works. So hello, Robin. I think that's who was first in here. Or I can't see it now. Oh.
Yeah, I think it was Robin.
Okay, so Robin was in here first. Hello, hello. And then Myra, I call her Sissy. She's here watching. And Teresa's here. Hello, Vicki Bush. Hello, Misty. And did I miss anyone yet? And any of you who are lurking in the background, hello, hello. All right. What I'm going to do first before I show you my colorway. Hey, Bud Files, welcome, welcome. And you guys don't forget that I'm going to put something in the channel. If you have a channel, all you have to do is either type exclamation, just type exclamation selfie and share your channel link. And hello, Laura Suck, welcome. Hey, Mary G. Okay, so first what I'm going to do is I'm going to share the screen because we're going to talk about this number 4 block because this is the last one of that group of 4 y'all voted on. And I want to remind you to please go over to the GQ Facebook group or to my community tab, and you're going to have to scroll down to find it. On the community tab, there is a poll for the next 4 blocks. I need your votes so that I can, and comments so I can determine what's going to be the first block of that set of 4. Because we're going to, every other week, we're going to be making a block from this book, this 1000 blocks book. So I posted 4 more new blocks for y'all to vote on, and vote, comment, say whatever you want, which one you like and why you like it. And based on your comments and your votes, I will determine which block will be the first one we do. So there's that. Okay, so let me share the screen, and I'm going to show you, where'd my share screen go to? Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm going to share the screen, and we're going to talk about this block because this is the last block of the group of 4, first group of 4, and this one's called the Nested Bear Paw. Okay, this block it looks pretty simple. So what we're going to be doing, how we're going to create this block, you'll see that they broke this block apart up here. So for unit, you have 2 units. Well, it says unit 2. Yeah, never mind. On unit 2, which consists of a corner square, then it has 4 half square triangle blocks, and then it has a bigger square. And what you're going to do is you're going to sew the first 2 half square triangles on the left side of that D block. Then you're going to come up here and you're going to sew C to the half square triangle, and then that half square triangle is going to join that. So you have one long one. Then you're going to sew that all across here. Make sure if you're doing this block that your sawtooths are going in the right direction. And then you just need to sew this rectangle, and you can just sew this whole row together. Then this rectangle, square, rectangle, and it's just a repeat on the bottoms. And then you're going, after you get that this whole main section done, then you'll sew 2 half square triangles together down here on the left side of it, and go ahead and attach it to that bigger block. And then you just do the solid square and the 2 half squares, and then you sew it on. So it's pretty simple block. I don't think anyone's going to have trouble, but if you do, let me know. Now, it's up to you which way you press your seams. Just be mindful if you're going to nest seams, especially when you're lining up these blocks, make sure each row's going in the opposite direction so you can nest them. Or you can do what I'm going to do, and I'm just going to have all my seams open. So it's up to you. You do you. And if you have questions as we're clogging along with this, put a heart in the channel and let me know you have a question, and someone will tell me, hey, Katie, someone's got a question. If I miss it, someone say something, okay? Because I don't always see. When you kind of get tunnel vision when you're sewing, and especially with a tutorial, so you may not always see what you're doing. Anyone else come in here after I started yakking? I don't think so. I did get Vicky, right? If I didn't say hi to you, hi. I thought I said hi, though. All right, yeah. Let me show you. I'm going to turn this camera around and try not to make y'all ill.
Before you get started on that, let's see. Let me find it again. I think it was Misty. Yeah. Ladies, I need help. I lost my sojo.
Oh, no.
So I was hoping that you could tell us, Katie, is there anything you do to help if you lose your sojo? What do you do?
So as most of you know, I call them a funk, which means that I'm not doing anything. But one of the things that seems to really help me to try to drag myself out of there, because basically when you get in one of these sojo where you're shut down and can't sew, or you're shut down and you can't do anything, you just don't want to do anything, it's really hard to drag yourself up by your bootstraps and get on with things. One of the things that I noticed that helps me, and it may take me a couple of days, but what I do is, number one, I crank music, and I can't do that on live. And when you see me cancel a live, something's going on, because that's the only time I'll cancel a live, is I just absolutely don't want to do nothing. But what I have found helps is, if you like music, put some music on, or if you have a favorite TV show where you can watch it while you're sitting down in front of your machine, get a small, simple project. It could be something as simple as sewing 4 squares together to make a 4-patch. Keep it simple, no stress on it. Just sew. Pick something that you think will, and what'll happen is, like, the first 30 minutes, you're like, I still don't want to do this. But if you trudge on through, and after a while, you're sewing multiple 4 patches before you know it, and you've forgotten that you didn't have, that your sojo was suffering. Now, will that always work? You might get in the mood during that time frame, and then afterwards, the next day, you're back to square one. And you just have to keep trying until something clicks and keeps pushing you along. You can also, if you're having difficulties, you can get in come in the group and say, hey, I'm having trouble, I can't sew, and we talk about it. I mean, sometimes talking to people helps too. What's your go-to thing, Teresa?
Well, if I go through this a lot because uh, I just I'm a roller coaster. I'm on a daily roller coaster, you know. So sometimes none of the projects are my whips, I just don't feel like working on them. So maybe sometimes instead of sewing, just to spend time in my room,
Hmm.
I might look at my fabric, play with my fabric, um, get some of the fabric out and just see if I can match fabrics up like for a project, but not really going to do a project, just kind of play around with it like that and then put it away. Maybe I'll do a little bit of cleanup in there. Um,
Yeah, you can.
Sometimes just even going outside and going for a walk, if you're
Yeah.
able to do that, get some fresh air, go for a walk. And then if I feel like sewing, but I don't want to do any of my projects, there's always scraps.
I was gonna
So
mention that.
I will just grab, like I have a drawer here full of strips, different size strips. And I just start sewing them together until I get a piece that's so big, maybe I can cut it into 8.5 or 10.5 or whatever size block I want, I just keep, or it doesn't necessarily have to be strips. It could be,
Could
what's
be
the other?
squares, rectangles.
Yeah,
It
the
could be.
little, whatever your little pieces are until you get a size that you want and then just put it away. Don't do anything with it. Just put it in another container that has your sewn strips. And then
Because
one of these
sometimes just
days,
mindless sewing works
yeah,
where you're not thinking
mindless
about anything.
sewing. You're just making a piece of fabric, I guess is
Yep.
what you're doing. You're making a
Yep.
piece of fabric.
Yep. Okay. And what about you, Sherry? And I'm going to spotlight you real quick because I need you to do three things. First of all, what would you do when you're in one of those situations? Secondly, tell us what you plan on working on tonight, and also tell us about your channel. So, three things.
Um, if I'm in one of those situations, like I like just to kind of go off by myself and be quiet and I just kind of regroup.
Mhm.
That seems to work for me. Um, Sewing, it can help, but sometimes when you're in that feeling, you don't even feel like doing that. So it seems like if I just take time to myself and just regroup, I'm good.
Okay.
And what I'm working on tonight is the project. I'm doing the hourglasses from from the project.
Last night.
Yeah, the other night that we was working on.
Yeah.
So I'm doing that. Got a lot of them cut.
I know. I have blue koodles of them right now.
Yeah. So I did that, and I don't know. I had I'm going to look through this this book. I ordered this book. I don't know if you can see it. It's called Patchwork Jackets. It actually has the patterns in them. So I was just going to see if I saw a style that I liked.
Yeah.
But that's this is probably what I'm going to work on because it's going to. I think I counted how many blocks. I think I'm doing 25 blocks.
Are you? I'm probably going to end up doing around 25 too, probably, which
So
means there's way more hourglass blocks to do besides the four patches. It's going to be a lot, but hey, we're trying to use up our charm pack, so
right,
or as
and
many of them as we can get away with using up anyway.
right.
Okay, and tell
Yeah.
us about your channel.
Okay. I right now I'm going live on Tuesdays at 2. I do need to do some pre-recorded videos, but I haven't done that because it seems like everything just kind of I can be busy with all the stuff I have to do. So um, anyway, I like to I started my channel so I could share with a community that was like-minded and liked the same things that I did, was interested in quilting or sewing or crafting. And I felt that we could share and learn from each other. So I
Yeah.
like to either, show something or do a tutorial or maybe show what I'm working on, things like that. So that's basically, it was for the community of quilters and sewers and people that I was really looking for.
You know, I want to mention something to you guys about something that's going on. You know that y'all have been watching me and Sherry do, I enlisted in Sherry to be the teacher of hand quilting because I've never hand sewn in my life of anything, but also because um, if we don't try to keep hand quilting alive, it could become extinct. So what we're trying to do is share while she's teaching us. Hopefully, some will discover that they really like doing the handwork, which I didn't think I would like it, but actually I have come to realize I do. And we've been keeping an eye on the last three, because so far we've done 3 lives. One was an announcement, and the other 2 were the actual tutorial steps Sherry's been teaching. People are watching our hand quilting videos. So I don't know what to say except that I we weren't sure if it would, work, and it seems to be working pretty good. And you guys are the best community I've ever seen, because we didn't expect to see such feedback and such people are watching them. And
Yeah.
a couple of these videos, they're nearly watching the entire thing, which is cool. And I just want to say thank you to Sherry, because this is really Sherry's baby. I'm just, I mean, we thought it up together, but she's doing all the hard part. And I want to make sure that she knows how much we appreciate you. And I have really been enjoying you teaching us. And I think this is going to be a wonderful collaboration that everybody can learn from. And then when we finish, getting a lot of the education done, then I'm hoping we'll start a nice project that, we can do over time, no rushing, and we'll see where it goes, But thank you for that. Thank you for
I appreciate it.
us.
And I wanted just to say that the classes have gone pretty easy because of the participation that people give and the input that they give. I'm willing to learn at the same time. If there's a better technique, they're sharing it with me, and I think that's great. So it's just been very relaxing, very good. Thank you, everyone.
Did you see what Susan said? She says, if I were to start a YouTube channel, she would name herself the Quirky Hand Quilter. That's a good title.
Well, I think you should start one.
Yeah.
You got
really
the talent,
good one.
you got the title.
Yep, you got it. Yes, indeedy. Hey, Kathy Klein. Hello, Fever Dreams. Welcome, welcome. I am posting a link. Not a link. Oh, that is not a link. Anyway, it's to tell you that if you have a channel, share your channel by typing !selfie. So that'll be being dropped from time to time in the channel. Anyone else come in that I missed? Nope. Okay. Oh, yeah, I said hi to Kathy. And Kathy says she appreciates Sherry's teaching. I do too. So I'm really enjoying it. And Laura says Susan is sign up and definitely watch it. And yeah, so all right, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to turn my camera around, because I'm going to show you what the colorway is going to look like for the nested Bear Paw. Now, you probably saw up top someone voted. I wanted you to wait to vote until after the Bear Paw is done, because
I did it by accident.
No, it's okay.
That was
no,
I didn't mean to.
It's okay. So anyway, I don't know if you can change it once you vote it because you might change your mind when you see the bear paw. So what we're
Yeah.
going to do is we are going to do the bear paw, and I need to make sure I have this turned in the right direction because this should be at the top. Does that look like it's at the top to you? Hang on, let me spotlight it first so you can see. Okay, yep, I got it in the right direction. Okay, so what I decided to do is I'm going to use purple, turquoise, and then this is like it's not a red, it's like a really rich orange, and then this is more like a salmon. And so what my plans are is this is going to be the claw part of the paw, and I'm going to use this as the rest, like the palm part. And we're going to put this together and we're going to step by step. So one of the things you need to do is on the ones where you're doing the half, those of you who are doing, have the book and are doing this so long, you need to make sure that you go ahead and mark the lines for your 1/4 inch seam allowance because we're making 4 large half square triangles for the outer perimeter. And then we are making 8 half square triangles for the bear paw, the claw part. So there's several half square triangles involved in this. And then the rest of it's just pretty simple. And what we'll do is I'm going to go ahead and make the half square triangles first on both of them, the big ones and the little ones. And then we'll go from there on that. Okay. And yeah, let me unspotlight myself because I'm going to turn the camera back around so you can see what I'm doing. And I hope I didn't make anyone dizzy. This is so weird, you know, because you're getting a side view with this camera instead of a like behind me side view. So it's really weird to me. Anyway, if you have any questions about any part of the block, please ask. And y'all, if I missed a question, someone say, hey, Katie, you didn't answer a question, and go back and see what was asked, okay? And yeah, because I might not see it. All right. All right, so like I said, I'm going to go ahead and do the half square triangle. So let's start with the big ones. I'm going to take, I have two purples and 2 turquoise, and I have already put the lines on them right here, okay? So what you're going to do is you're going to take your other color, which mine is purple, and I'm going to take the front side, which if you were using cotton, you would know which side's the right side. And you're going to face both right sides together. And make sure you line these blocks up really good. Now with batiks, sometimes you can see there's a little bit more brilliance on one side versus the other side. Unless you have yardage. And then yardage, you pretty much can, you know which side's the right side versus the opposite side. But it really doesn't matter with batiks because it's the same on both sides. It just sometimes you can see there's a little more oomph to the color. So put them together, and then what you're going to do is you're going to sew a 1/4 inch line on this line, on one side of this line. Then you're going to turn your block around and sew the other side. And when you have the 2 stitches, you're going to cut the block in half, and you'll end up with 2 half square triangles here. So let's go ahead and do that. Was you about to say something, one of you?
Okay, good.
Okay,
Teresa.
okay, y'all are good. All right. Hey, Tasha.
Hi, Sherry.
Hi.
Oh,
What do you
sorry,
do?
you guys.
Okay.
Oh, that's okay. Well,
I
we
said
kind
hi
of said
to
hi
her
in the
in the-
chat.
Yeah. But,
Have you 2 met on a live? I was
yeah,
I was
I think
wondering that earlier if you had already sewn together before.
yeah, I think, haven't we one other time?
I think so. One other time. Yeah.
Okay, because I'm like, I thought you had already met before.
But I
wasn't
can still say
Well,
hello.
Well, of course
Yeah,
you
and
can.
we do feel
That
like we
isn't
know
what
each
I
other.
meant. I just thought, wait, I couldn't remember if you did, and then it was remiss of me if you hadn't met. I didn't bother to introduce you. My bad. You know what I mean?
No, yeah. No,
Yeah.
we have, and I've been on we've been on each other's channel and stuff
Yeah.
like that too. So
Okay, just making sure that I hadn't foobarred something.
And how are you doing today?
me, I'm
Yeah.
doing real good.
Good.
I was able to get a quilt out that was for a customer that it gave me a little bit of a headache.
Oh no.
Yeah, one of those that the backing wasn't long enough. So
Oh.
I had to take it off the leaders and so take fabric from the side of the backing and sew it onto the bottom. But that was really my fault because I always measure. And this is a person that I've done many quilts for, and I didn't measure. If I had, I would have known I would have been a little short on the backing because I'll measure the backing too. And so, oh well, but she's happy with it. That's what counts.
Yeah.
And I've been cutting and working on these and and I my hand pull these. Talk about that. I changed up, and this is going to be interesting for the ones that are in that been watching this series of the hand quilting. I decided I wanted to try it with the pearl cotton thread, size 8, with a bigger needle and a bigger stitch, because I felt like my fabric I chose as a background, the thread was getting lost in it. I just didn't see anything. Oh boy, I love it. So that's a lot of fun. So I was working on that this morning too. So that's it.
That's it.
That's it. Now I'm
Oh,
here.
look at what Laura said. Laura said to Tasha, after your live, I did turn my machine on and I did sew, but it was only about 10 minutes. Hey, that's outstanding, Laura. Because as y'all know, she had an injury that's kept her from doing a lot of things.
Yeah. It's hard to come back when from injury.
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially
And Laura's been feeling kind of down the last few days too, on top of that. So
Yeah.
I've been she's been in my prayers, and I've been thinking about her and sending her virtual hugs.
I think a lot of people right now, it seems to me, that are
yeah.
having just a little bit of difficulties. That only anything we can do to encourage them, or it's good.
And wait, Mona's here. Hey, Mona.
Mona.
Hi, Mona.
Mona.
Yeah, let's sing that
So
song.
since I have so many half triangles to make, what I'm doing is I'm chain sewing so that I can do them all at
Yeah.
once.
In this block that you're working on,
Uh-huh.
okay, you're doing the bear claw though.
Yep, we're
I
doing the
really
nest.
like the fabric that you have chose for this quilt.
Thank you.
It's been the blocks. It's been making the blocks, and I think everyone else feels the same way. It's like, okay, what's she gonna do next? What
Well, you
fabric
see,
is she
I'm
gonna
using
choose?
I mean, you're probably like, why is she using that orange color? It's like
No, orange and
like
blue
tan.
go together. Orange
But
and
this is
blue
gonna,
are,
yeah, this is gonna rock with this turquoise, I think.
yeah.
And I tested this darker orange one with this purple, and it works. You see
Oh
that?
yeah, yeah.
I
It's
mean,
in
it
that
works. I don't know why it
same
works, but it
family.
does.
Yep, it's in the family. Purples are in the blues.
And how I know that, I have no idea. I went, so I've already had this cut out at least a couple days ahead, but as all y'all know, I've been overextending myself this week with not sleeping and having lives in the middle of the night because I can't sleep. And so I didn't get the block cut out till today. And when I walked in here, I'm like, what colors do I want to use? And I got to looking at the block And I got to looking at what I still have, you know, because I have fabric sitting out on the table of where I've been cutting on, chopping on, keep chopping on it. And I'm like, let's use what's sitting on the table that I've been chopping on. So I started pulling things and moving them around. And I'm like, okay, let's try this color, and this color. See if that works. And I had pulled two other colors out. So I ended up like 5 or 6 colors. And I got to looking and I'm like, okay, that one's bye-bye. The other one, bye-bye. And I was down to 4. And I'm like, okay, this works. Because I wanted the claw part to be a little bit different, you know. Because I'm being all weird like that.
No, it's good that you took fabric that you already had out and was doing that. Sometimes people, you know, I have done that, like where I, you know, making scrap box or something like that, and I'm saying I'm using what's on my table.
Yep.
Just to get clean, you know, because you got to clear off your table. All you're going to do is move it from one place to another. So sometimes that's
try
what
to
I
use as
do.
much of it as you can without making redundant, without getting, you know, because one of the biggest things that I don't know about anybody else, but one of the biggest things I worry about is if I'm making a colorful quilt like I'm doing right now, I don't want to get the colors start being more redundant, if that makes sense. I want to keep it living and vibrant at the same time, but at the same be creative with it. And so, but I also hate, especially right now with everything going on, I really cannot afford to waste anything. So I need to use it. And I was looking at, as I've been cutting on some of them, they're getting smaller and smaller. And I'm like, now I'm going to have to find something else to use, you know, another color, you know, because I'm pretty sure I have plenty of different shades and hues of purples. I think I have at least 3 or 4 shades of different turquoise as well. But there's some of them I will definitely run out of. I won't have any more of it once it happens. So what I'm trying to make sure I do with these blocks is each block has a color that I'm toting over to the next block. So it could either be the purple I'm toting over, or the blue I'm toting over, or that bluish gray color that I've been using also. I'm trying to tote at least one of those colors over to the next block so that when we get to the end, we can see that most of the blocks should be cohesive with one another in one color or another. They may not necessarily have all the same colors, but they'll have one color that's been seen throughout several blocks.
Yeah, and you can blend, you know.
At least that's what I have in my head.
It'll work.
I definitely think it's going to end up being a big quilt top. Big one probably.
Yeah.
Unless I decide to make two separate ones. I don't know. I don't know until we get about 6 months, because we're doing this every other week. And I sat and thought about how many blocks would we make. Because we started in February, so we have February, March, April, May, June, July. So in July, it'll be 6 months we've been doing this, and we've been doing 2 blocks a month. So that's 12 blocks. So already, and these blocks are not small blocks. These they're about 12, anywhere between 12 and a quarter to 12 and 3/4, depending on which one it is. And so there's going to be sashing that's going to have to get involved because of the difference of the sizes. And but that can be accommodated with whenever I come up with a setting. I don't know what kind of setting I'm going to use yet. Those who are also building the blocks, they may have their own idea of what they have planned for their blocks. Because I don't, the book does have settings in the back, and we're going to talk about that at some point. And I'll show you all of those. I'm going to try to take I think I'm going to try to put it underneath my scanner and scan those settings, because there's no
blocks.
There's no measurements that I see on them. There's just a picture of them. And I don't know, someone might see something that piques their interest. And we have more people coming in, looks like. Hello, Lori Clark. Hey, Norma, welcome, welcome. I think this is the first time you're in my channel, I think. Not sure. Hey, Sheen, I finally caught her this time. She's sneaking in again. Hey, lady. I hope you're doing really good and had a great day today. I hope everyone's been having a good day today. How many, wherever you are, has spring hit yet? I wish spring would hurry up and get here, boy. I think I've had enough of me some snow.
Yeah, we have buds coming out, and the weather's warm, and the grass is greening up. So we're in North Carolina, so but it's nice. It's been nice.
Well, we had that bitter rock for 2 days.
Yeah.
It finally stopped sometime, I don't know, during the night last night. And I walked out the door and the temperature was just 1 degree below freezing, but you could see that the snow that was there from 2 nights before, because
Mhm.
I think we got about 4 inches of snow a couple of days before we got the bitter rock. That fresh fluffy stuff was gone. This wind had pretty much dissipated all of it, so all that's left sitting on the ground is mostly ice and some hardened snow, but it's more ice than hardened snow right now. And I have
Gotta
to
be
be careful when I go out because of the ice.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
can't.
You fall. You fall. There's no one going around other than.
And it's hard to get off the ice when you fall on the ice because there's no traction. And
Okay.
I mean, I have cleats I could put on the bottom of my boots. And if sometimes if the ice is like slick because it's wet, because it's, you know, moisture sitting on top of it, I'll put cleats on because I know if I don't, I'm probably going to fall down.
Yeah.
And it's hard to get up off the ground when you have that slick ice, especially when you have back problems like I have. Well, what it is my left side of me, my leg on my left side is not strong like my right side. So it takes me a while, and a lot of times I have to put all the weight on the right side, but I still got to get the left leg in just the right position to get myself up off the ground. And sometimes it's hard. And then you don't want your hands on the snow or on the ice because it freezes your hands because you're not wearing, because I don't wear gloves. You know why I don't wear gloves? Because I lose the darn things all the time. I go through more gloves than anybody you've ever seen because I take them off when I walk in the store and I think I shoved them in my jacket pocket. Then when I come
They
back out the door, I'm missing one of them that I lost somewhere.
fell out.
Yep. It's very annoying.
We're gonna have to get you those ones like the little kids have that clip onto your sleeves. Has a string goes
Probably.
around your neck through your armholes.
Uh-huh. Like Velcro it on there, you know?
Yeah.
It's just
Hi, Jody.
a girl not used to gloves. What were you going to say, Teresa?
People coming in.
Oh, hey, Joy T. Welcome, welcome.
Hey.
Hey, who else came in? Anyone else? Misty, right? Or was she already here?
She was there.
Okay.
Sylvia in here.
Yeah, Sylvia's here.
Yeah.
Hi, Sylvia. I'm trying to catch everyone while I'm doing this. Right now, I'm making the half square triangles for the nested bear paw block. That's block number 4 of the 1,000 blocks we've been working on since we started in February. I cannot believe March is almost over with. That is shocking to me.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yes, indeedy. Okay, I've got all my half square triangle or these seams put in. So what I'm going to do now is I am going to cut them apart or cut them in half. Then I'm going to go over and set the seam before I open them up. And then we will start building the unit B, which I'll go back to the picture again so those who just coming in can see what we're doing. Don't do the poll until we finish this nested bear paw, okay? Because I want, we need to give the bear paw a fair shake before you decide which one you like the best. I am really enjoying doing this because it's really challenging not only my, it's a great One thing about this sewing of these blocks is it's a good skill builder, number one. Number two, I'm learning how to do, it's helping me be better at teaching this block too. I mean, it'll be a while before I get as good as so many who's been doing this for a long time, but hey, I'm making progress.
Yep.
All right, let's get this block cut. And I need a rotary blade.
Poor Joy T. She's having to pay bills and listen.
Uh-oh.
Well, at
Our
least
favorite thing, pay bills.
yeah, nice distraction though, huh?
Yeah.
To get to listen in.
Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm cutting between the two seams here. Can you see? Yeah, I hope y'all can see that.
Yes.
So you have, this was a whole block, and I sewed two seams, and then you cut right down the middle. So now we have two half square triangles here. So let me get them all cut in half, and then I'll set the seam first. And for those of you who don't know what setting the seam is, it just means I put heat to this seam to set the seam in. And I cannot sew a straight line to save my life sometimes. All right. So we have 8. We're going to have, let's see, there was 8 of these. So we're going to have 16.
Hi, Tasha. Thanks for popping in.
Hi, June.
June.
Who else came in?
And June.
I'm saying goodbye to Tasha.
Oh, Tasha's leaving. See you. I hope you come back. See you later. Thank you for coming.
Let's make dinner.
Dinner. Chicken dinner. I cheated today. I got me a hamburger from the local cafe while I was at the store.
Oh,
I
good.
finally went to the store today. So I actually have had food before live instead of hours later.
Yeah.
But you know what? I know I've lost a little weight from fasting because I could see it in certain places.
Yeah, you don't eat if you don't eat. They'll catch up with you.
Well, it's not like I can't use fasting, you know. Fasting's a good thing to kind of cleanse yourself. Yesterday I had a very upset stomach. I don't think I cooked my ribeye properly yesterday, and when I was eating it, I'm like, it's a little bit on the rare side, and I was hungry. And
yeah,
so I ignored it, and I shouldn't have, because I paid for that, because normally I make a medium rare, and this was more on the rare side, and I should not have eaten it like that. Because my stomach's not used to me eating meat, rare meat. The only time I ever eat rare as it is porterhouse. That's about the only steak I'll eat like that. Everything else is usually medium rare. I'll be right back. I need more drink.
okay.
How are you doing today, June? And
Yeah.
Katie, Sylvia wants to know, do you use a thermometer when you're cooking your meat?
No. I
it
do it based on how the muscle feels. There's a saying that you can use your arm to do it, but last night I was hungry. And normally I cook my steaks on the grill and not under the broiler, which I hate doing it under the broiler, and because it just doesn't taste the same. But I was hungry. I was starving. And so I paid the price last night for that folly.
Yeah.
The reason I didn't cook it on the grill is because I am out of gas. And we didn't, so when Nikolai comes home, he's going to go pick up more fuel for it. That fuel lasted that grill this go around because it's a bigger tank. So it lasted almost 3 years.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, and I cook on it all the time when he's not, especially when he's not here. And I cook all times of the year. Even if it's snowing outside, I'll be out there cooking on that grill because I love putting steaks on it. I like marinating ribeye roast in teriyaki and cooking it part of the way in the grill and part of the way in the oven. I like making chicken on the grill. I don't know. I'm always been a grilling kind of girl.
It tastes good.
My
Yeah,
kids
meat
were
on the
roasting
grill.
Yeah, I cooked an excessive amount when the kids were growing up on the grill too, because I just love going outside doing it.
I need to buy some, if I can find them, some new uh, covers, those covers that go over the burners.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mine are all rotted out or, burnt out.
Yeah.
So I'm just like right on the flame,
Uh-oh.
which
We're
isn't,
that grill we've had now is about 8 years old, so we're getting close to having because the bottom of it, I noticed, you know how the grill, the first place that goes is underneath it,
Yeah.
and mine has a hole in the bottom of it now. So I know what you mean about those burners. How old is yours?
oh boy. Well, I think we got it when we moved in here and we got it at a yard sale. So who knows how old it was, but it was in really perfect condition. So I want to
Wow,
say we've had it for, let's see, 9 years. 9 years.
that's pretty
It's
good
done
life.
good then.
Yeah, that's outstanding.
And everything is still good on it except for those burner covers.
Yeah,
And I think you can replace those. So
you might can. That might be possible. I know our next grill is going to have those burners like you're talking about on it, and I'm gonna and I would like one where it has 3 burners on the inside instead of 2.
yeah, that's how mine is. I have 3 burners, and then I have a outside burner for a pot, like if you're doing
Yeah, yeah.
boiled corn or something. And I actually use that barbecuer a lot when the power goes out, because
It's handy, doesn't it?
yeah, I don't
Oh,
have a wood stove here. Used to be I could put stuff on the wood stove,
yeah,
cook that way, which I used to do that a lot when anyway. Um, just like you put your stew on there or something like that. I mean, I love to cook in cast iron for number one. And so you can just put your cast iron pots there on your wood stove and cook away.
yep. Okay, we're gonna set these big triangles aside for right now because we're not gonna need them yet because we're gonna work on this one unit where this smaller stuff's gonna get involved. So I'm gonna set that aside for now. And there's 16 of these itty bitty half square triangles. So what I'm going to do is finger press and use my little seam roller. And then I need to get the dog ears off them before I start constructing the block. Last night I had to cut all my fingernails off because yesterday I don't know what happened, but I cracked every one of them yesterday. I don't know what I think it was because I was moving heavy plastic totes looking for something.
Yeah.
And every time I mess with those totes, I crack all of my fingernails just about. It's kind of annoying sometimes.
Misty says their grill is about 18 years old. No hole,
Nice.
no holes in the outside. Had to replace the burners.
So do you have like a cast iron on the bottom of yours, Misty? Because I know some grills have the cast iron bottom on them. I think that's what that's called. That real thick metal. Mine is it was thinner. It's like I don't know what it was made of, but But the next one, I'm going to buy a big one because I want to do. I have taken that small grill, believe it or not, and I had them order me a pork roast from uh, Denmark because I wanted to smoke the meat. And I figured out how to take aluminum foil to put the wood chips in it, and then I poked holes in it and put moisture inside. With I had soaked the wood chips all night long, the night before, and then I planted it in between the two burners so that it wouldn't catch on fire because it was wrapped in aluminum. That meat, because I think I used maple shavings, but I also brined the meat for 24 hours as well, and it was so, oh gosh, it was so good.
Because it was in smoker.
Mm-hmm.
Sylvia says, my new stove range will be here next week. I'm excited.
Oh,
It
nice.
always is exciting. Makes you want to cook. That's the
Yep.
only time it'll only last a short time, but
Yep. It's the only time you want to do it.
and
Well,
keep it clean.
Laura says, I'm planning on having Alfredo pasta with sauteed green beans,
and tilapia.
tilapia, uh, tilapia
Yeah, that
Tilapia
tilapia tastes good. It's a
for
white
dinner.
fish.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Does sound good. Misty says it's cast aluminum on the bottom. Oh, that explains why it lasted so long.
Yeah.
I can't have a barbecue grill where I live. Too many residents have started fires. Even if you use a gas one, Susan. That's sad that people ruin it for everybody else.
There's just some people that ignore the instructions.
Of course they do. They think they're above the laws and the rules and everything else, that they can just do whatever they want with little to be responsible for. Sylvia says, I use halibut, but it does sound good. Halibut's good too. So is cod. Man, if I had to choose between tilapia, halibut, flounder, or cod, cod would win out.
Yeah, I think me too.
That meat is so tender and fluffy. And you don't even have to cook it very long. But what it really is fun to do is cut them in thin strips and make fried fish fillets like my mom used to do with catfish. Ah, so yummy. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go press all of these.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Hungry.
I like catfishes.
Me too. I just had
Catfish and hush puppies.
Yes.
Have you ever had corn dodgers? My mom made the best corn dodgers ever. They're not, you know how you have two types of hush puppies. You have the really fluffy kind, which was the kind that she made, but she also sometimes would make the heavier one also. But with corn dodgers, it's nice and fluffy. And you could just sit there and make yourself literally sick eating too many of them because they are that good.
Been a while since I've had catfish and hush puppies.
Yeah, same here. Same.
It's the catfish, like you go catch it.
Yeah, we don't live too far from the Snake River,
Yeah.
which is like a pretty big river, and they have several dams on it.
Oh man, then the fish like the dams.
Yeah, the catfish love that, and they love that mud.
Yep.
Yeah, we have some pretty big catfish. This is a good time of year to go because the water's nice and cold, so your fish doesn't taste muddy. If the water's too warm, that fish really
Changes.
Yeah.
The bigger they are, the more different the taste too. If you take
Yeah,
small,
I just catfish have fat, like fat strips along their sides, and
Oh,
you
yeah.
really gotta cut that out if you don't want
Yeah.
to eat that. That's what
Salmon-
makes it taste bad.
Yeah, and salmon's the same way. The belly of the salmon has that fat layer. And I don't care for the fat layer. I like the top part of it. And I learned not to feed the fat layer to the dog because it's too rich for their belly. It makes them sick every time. And I
Okay.
think part of it is because she just woofs it down too fast is a part of it.
Sylvia, what is a hush puppy?
Num num.
Oh, you
Cornmeal, and wait, it's got cornmeal.
got cornmeal, flour, onion,
Sometimes
egg,
other spices. Yeah.
seasoning, yeah, spices. It depends on the maker mostly of what they put in it. But yeah, and then you fry it. Well, you use, I think you put milk in it too, don't you?
I think there is milk in it.
Yeah.
I think it's milk and eggs, a little bit of flour, more cornmeal than flour actually. Usually. Depends on how fluffy you want it. And then spices in it. And then it's like a batter. And then you get your oil heated at a certain temperature. It's got to be good and hot. And then you just gently drop a spoonful at a time into the oil and it'll fry that. And they're like little small balls of yumminess. Oh, and they have chopped up onions in them. Or my mom's did.
Yeah, we did too. And we added cayenne so it'll be a little spicier, hot.
Mhm.
And we always deep fried the fish first so that it kind of
Gives that fish.
gets, yeah, it gets that in your oil, and then make the hush puppies. But my mother-in-law was from Tennessee, and she said sometimes, like the bad ones or whatever, they would throw them to the dogs, like hush puppy. That's why they came up with that name. But I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not.
It's a good story,
Funny.
though.
Yeah,
That's
it's a good
great
story, but I don't know if that's how the name came about. But it could be.
And when you heard me mention corn dodgers, corn dodgers are the same as hush puppies, only you add cream style corn in the mix. And there's just something about that combination that's even more it's like having a delicacy almost. Like it'll just I remember there's been a few times when I was a kid, my mom would make them and I would sit there and gorge myself and then feel sick to my stomach because I ate too many of them. Because it wasn't all the time that she made them. Katie, I don't know any of the blocks you listed in your poll. Also, you didn't give a choice for something that's commonly known. Melanie, these 4 blocks I've mentioned are the blocks that we're doing. Hang on, let me refresh everybody's memory for those who don't know what I was talking about in the poll. Hold on. Right now I'm working on block number 4. Let me reiterate this. I'm pulling blocks from this 1,000 block book by Quiltmakers. And back in late January, we did our first poll, and I had pulled 4 blocks, took pictures of the blocks, put them on the GQ Facebook group and on the community tab of YouTube, and people voted on the poll. And then based on the comments and the polls, that's how I started doing each block. So we're on block number 4 now of this first grouping, and each of these blocks come from this book. So let me show you the 3 that's already done, and I'm currently working on number 4 now. Okay, so the first block was the French twist. Block number 2 is railroad crossing.
Mhm.
Block number 3 is above and beyond. And I'm working on the Bear Paw one now. And I'll show that when I finish it at the end, and then that's what the poll is for. Which one do you like the best? Uh-oh. I just knocked stuff off.
Uh-oh.
Plus, good thing your lids were fastened. Okay. So that's what it's about. Katie, my favorite is also cod, says Laura Sup. Laura, do you get to build it this summer? I prefer gas too. They must be talking about something she's gotten.
Yeah, she's getting, they got approved to build a 3-car garage. And I think her husband promised her she gets a gas stove.
He gets
a
the
gas
garage.
oven in the process.
That's awesome. So what is
Yeah.
what's a Sonoran hot dog? Because up above, before it disappeared on me, Susan says we'll be making a Sonoran hot dog for dinner tonight. So what is that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I've not
Andrew,
heard of it.
Andrea says I had a HST Escape and I cannot find it anywhere. Uh-oh, she's got a missing one. And
It's probably on her shirt. Go look in the mirror.
yeah, it might be stuck to your clothes or on your chair or under your desk.
A lot of times you're looking all over and it's stuck to you.
Luann says they're all nice. Going to be a tough decision.
Yeah.
Well, as soon as I get number 4 finished tonight, you'll have another choice to look at because this one's going to look different too. And every time I've made them, they do look different from each other. But they're also, I'm really enjoying the way they're looking. And I usually don't brag about my blocks, but these are looking good. I'm really
Yeah.
happy with the results of me just going with it, you know?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And trying not, because one of the things I'm trying to make sure that I don't do through this whole process is not get a road or have a roadblock or mind block or whatever. So as long as I can keep stress out of this and not overthink myself with the colors, just go with how it feels inside. So a lot of times when I pick colors, if I go with the first thing that comes in my brain, that usually works. If I stand there and say, oh, maybe I should try this one instead, before I know it, I'm like,
You're doubting yourself, huh?
yeah. And I'm like, no, I don't want to do it at all, you know? And I'm definitely not an expert. I mean, I choose
you're
colors based
enjoying
on
it.
how they make me feel is mostly how I do it. And some people
Yep.
would never mix some of the colors I mix.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah. And I'm definitely going to find one of these blocks. Green is going to find its way into a block along with pink at the same time. Somewhere in
Yeah.
one of these blocks is going to present itself. And Katie's going to go outside the box and we're going to stick green and pink in the same block.
Well, there's pink flowers with green leaves.
Yep. Lori says it's been a crazy day. And June says she prefers gas too. I have tried to use the charcoal here and it's a pain in the butt to get lit. So gas all the way here. And I've gotten where I can't stand the smell of fuel on charcoal. Because I can smell it even when it's burned off.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then that means I can smell it in the meat.
Yeah. Well, you taste it. Well, yeah.
You might as well be tasting because your nose is telling you you're tasting it.
Hi, Pat.
Sorry, go ahead, Teresa.
Oh, I was going to say, did you say hi to Loon?
Luann, yeah, I did.
Okay.
I think it's Luan or Luann. I'm not sure. Which way do you say your name? Luan Mullins. Is it Luann or Luan? Because I want to be more.
Or Loon.
Yeah, or Luan. Yeah. because I'm trying to be better about how I pronounce people's names. You can never assume it's something because it might not be. I know I spent 2 years saying my last name the wrong way here. Susan says, wrap the dog with bacon. You cook it. Serve in a large steamed bun with pinto beans, red onions, peppers, and mayo mixed with the Conti sauce on top. Wow, that sounds interesting. That's a Sonoran hot dog.
Pronounced Luann.
Luann,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Susan, I don't think that sounds good. Sorry. I will skip that. I'll skip that one.
So let's talk about hot dogs, because I was talking about my gross bologna sandwiches the other day in a live. You know, some people are like, that sounds good. And then others like, that sounds really weird. I would gross my kids out, but I would do a hot dog the same way I would do bologna. Toast the hot dog bun. Don't use any kind of oil or fat of any kind. Put my hot dogs in a Teflon skillet or cast iron skillet, whichever. Let the heat brown the skin a little bit. Chop up onions, take mustard, ketchup, mix it all together, and smear it all over it and eat it like that.
I have to be real hungry to eat a hot dog.
Oh, yeah?
Hot dogs and bologna, neither one, but fried bologna is better than just a bologna sandwich.
Yeah. I don't know why I like bologna. It's something from childhood. It's one of the few luncheon meats that I'll actually eat.
Yeah.
My dad used to buy, I don't know what kind of sandwich meat that was, but it had pimentos in it and something else, olives and pimentos. And that was the grossest tasting sandwich meat.
Spam.
Oh, and then there's spam, of course. But his favorite thing is he would sit at the table and crack open a can of canned tomatoes, whole tomatoes, peel a huge onion of as big as one he could find, cut it in half or quarter it, get a jar of mayonnaise and a loaf of bread, and he would take a slice of bread out, roll it. No, he would put mayonnaise on the bread, fold it, and have a spoon in the canned tomatoes. And he would sit there and eat that bread with that mayonnaise all over it, take a bite of raw onion, and use a fork or a spoon, and he would eat the tomatoes out of the can. And I'm like, that's just so gross, Daddy.
It's probably what they would eat for lunch, on the go.
Yeah.
Type thing.
Yeah, probably back in like the Depression days.
Yep.
Yeah. I can see the miners, the coal miners and that doing that.
Yep.
My husband said back when he was traveling jobs and stuff, when he was low on money, he would just buy an onion, and bread and have onion sandwiches because onions are,
pretty nutritious.
Really good for you. And
yep.
Have all that you need. And I'm just like,
I know that's what my husband says. As a kid, there was a bakery in their neighborhoods where there was a lot of bakeries or little stores and that, and they'd save their money, they would go up and get some Italian bread and then sliced onions and eat that with it. They says it was a big treat,
Someone said that their grandma made fried bologna sandwiches. They were amazing. Yeah, fried bologna is yummy. You know what I found strange is when I moved over here and we would get invited to someone's house. When my mom would fry ground beef in the skillet, she never used fat. The fat was in the meat.
Right.
And over here, they put butter in the pan first and melt butter or margarine, and they melt it, and then they fry the hamburger meat, ground beef in it. And I'm like, why?
Well, probably flavor, I would think, or Can you tell a difference when it's been cooked in butter?
Well, with butter you can, yeah, it's more flavor. The other thing I noticed with the ground beef over here, it doesn't seem to be as high in fat like what you see in the United States.
Yeah.
It's
And the
lean.
flavor may be different too.
Because sometimes when I try to just fry it without any fat, it gives me a bit of a hard time.
Yeah, that's probably why they put butter in it.
Yeah.
This iron drives me crazy with its beeping. I wish I could turn the beeping off. It makes it sound like it's a fire alarm, only not so loud, you know. I had to take the fire alarm out of the living room because if it gets too warm in here because of the windows, it sets it off. And that siren that it gives off blasts your eardrums.
Wow. You need to put it back on when you're done because.
Yeah. I have one in the hallway.
Okay.
Almost done pressing these, and now I can start building this block. Okay. I'm going to be turning the camera around because I'm going to see if I can't. Ooh, that's hot. Hang on a minute. I'm going to go ahead and press these half triangles. The big ones. This iron is really hot, so I might as well get this done while it's so hot.
Teresa, are you working on this same or are you working on another project?
I was working on the Charm Square project, but now I moved over to the other one I was doing called Snowdrift.
Okay. Yeah, you can't work on this. I mean, you can work on it, but it's sort of like in batches.
Yeah.
Because you got so many to do, you know?
I thought I'd take a break from it.
Yep.
I definitely gave y'all a harder job this time, didn't I?
Well, just they're both they're a little bit time consuming, but hey, the results I think is going to be really nice.
Yep.
I like that block that you have, how you have it put together at this point. So
Yeah, me too. I just need to decide what I want to do with the. I still really think we should turn these blocks as we start putting it when we put the stashing in between each one. I think we should turn them like one click over. Is that just,
we get enough of them, you can see what you like.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun to see what everybody decides upon for theirs. While I'm doing this, don't forget that I'm doing a trunk show on March the 31st live. So if you haven't shared your pictures either through an email or on the Facebook group, you need to get it on there because March the 31st is when I'm going to do the first quarter trunk show of everybody's beautiful work.
Misty likes fried bologna with crispy edges. Oh yeah, June says that her mom would have radish sandwiches. I had those as a kid, and they were good because the bread kind of compensated for the heat of the radish. I mean, they were the yeast, I guess it was, in the bread. And Andrea is here.
Hi, Andrea.
She says, I can't cook it. Yeah. I guess I missed the boat. She was here earlier. I've been concentrating on my blocks. Kaz, let's see if I can get the name right. Kaz Kiwi. I'm lucky to live in New Zealand, land of butter. We eat butter with food, not the other way around. Food with butter. Butter. Cool. I bet your food's tasty.
Oh yeah, that's
Bet
great.
it's very good.
Yeah, I don't use any I rarely use any kind of oil in my when I'm cooking. It's butter all the way because that's about as healthy of a way to cook because I'm not using processed stuff.
Yeah, I don't use anything but real butter. You know.
Yep, real butter.
Oh, yeah.
Margarine is not a real thing. It's a petroleum product.
Yeah, I use real butter too. There's such a difference in taste.
I noticed on my Facebook there was a thing that came across it. I don't know a couple months ago. They were trying to get people to stop eating butter, and I posted it. I wrote in the comment. I said, "Stop telling people these lies because butter is healthier than that processed margarine crap everybody eats."
Right. Right. Well, they went through that years and years ago when margarine was introduced. And butter, it can be a healthy fat if you don't slather in it or bathe in it. But
problem. Yeah. Someone
Yeah,
keep,
I would challenge them to go look up the history of margarine and then tell me, if that's
Hang on
really
a minute.
something you want to eat.
that's
know.
worse. That's worse.
I need to mute myself for a minute, okay? Be right back.
And butter just tastes so much better. I mean,
Oh, I know.
especially homemade butter.
I have had that.
Okay,
I
so
haven't made it though, but
the other day in a chat, and I can't remember who it was. I think it might have been Rita.
okay.
We were talking about making homemade butter, and she said that you could use any milk, even 2%. Okay, so I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to try that. So
You don't have
I took a quart of 2%. I left that on for 25 minutes on high, and it never did separate any butter out. So
not
I
enough
have
fat
to,
content.
yeah, there's not enough fat in there. So
Yeah,
you can't use the
yeah,
2% here in America. I don't know where,
yeah.
where
I
she's
think
from, but
I think 2% tastes like water.
yeah.
Yeah.
If I'm going to drink milk or use milk for something, it's going to be whole milk, not the knockoffs.
I'd go down to Missouri to see my uncle, and he had a Jersey cow and all that. And they would milk it, and we would have fresh milk from that cow. Now the thing is that the cream, they made sure that either it was mixed or we didn't get the cream because they knew that we'd be kind of like turned off by it. But
Well,
as long as it's cold, it's good. If it's
yeah,
warm,
it's
fresh
weird.
cow's milk's not so good warm.
Yeah. Because I remember as a kid that I had been exposed to the warm one, and it does have a strange taste, but it's because it's not cold and it hasn't, you know, had time to be.
Enzymes. Yep.
Yeah.
Same thing with goat's milk. Boy, I cannot stand that if it's not cold enough.
Yeah.
I mean, that stuff's got to be really cold.
What
I
I'm
like
doing
goat
right now
cheese.
is I'm building the block so you guys can see what it's supposed to look like, and then we'll start doing the corner units first. But I want to get this laid out.
Just shake full
Okay.
cream.
There
Oh,
we go.
Kaz Kiwi says just shake full cream and a little salt, or put in a NutriBullet. I have one of those for a few minutes till it separates for nice butter.
Yeah,
Well,
that's kind of what I tried to do, but
but
it's got to have some sort of cream content in it. So
yeah, she said to do full cream.
yeah, full cream. Yeah, I used to make butter all the time. I had a girlfriend over in Oregon that had milk cows, and so she always saved me some cream so I could
Yeah,
make my own butter. And
I think
it's
I write that down.
homemade delicious. Homemade butter is really good. And what I really like about doing homemade stuff, you can add how much salt, or maybe you want sugar, or maybe you want honey butter, or
Oh,
you can
mm,
add what you want.
that would be good.
Yeah.
That would be good. Honey, I like honey butter. Okay, and
Butter is tasty, yeah.
and salt.
Yeah,
Good.
heavy whipping cream is good for a coffee creamer. I have to agree with that.
Oh, this book is heavy, holding it while trying to do this.
I'm writing this stuff down.
We're coming along with this. This block is going to be very cool to put together, I think. Okay, now we need to do the next. Let me see. Got to make sure these triangles are going the right way. When you're doing this bear paw, if you're doing this with me, make sure that you have those teeth going in the right or claws going in the right way. Because if you turn them the wrong way, and I bet you I'll do it at some point, because I don't know what it is about angles, but my goodness, Katie has issues with them all the time. Can you hear somebody pacing?
You want to hear somebody what?
Can you hear a certain little one pacing?
Oh, I haven't heard. No, I got a fan going back here, so.
Yeah, she's pacing because I figured sooner or later it'd be like, hmm?
Let me out. Let me out. Oh, I better not say that. She can hear that.
Yeah, she's pretty smart.
I forgot she could hear me.
She can tell. She knows when it's Nikolai talking on the like on a phone. She'll know it's him.
They can hear. They got
They
good
have really
ears.
good ears. Yeah. If he's on like FaceTime, she knows it's him. Because a lot of times when he calls me, he talks to me first, and then he'll start talking to her, and she'll start twitching her ears, and that tail will go to wagging because she knows it's him.
Uh-huh.
And then it's like, where's he at? I can't find him. Can everybody see what I'm doing so far?
Yeah, that's going to be pretty.
Yeah, it's going to come out really good. I got to turn it around though.
I don't know how you can wait the next block. Of course, you get to pick your colors, so ahead of time. It'd be like, I want to see what the next one's going to do.
Ooh, pretty.
Yeah. I picked these colors today. I didn't do it ahead of time. Like I said, I've been swamped this week with lives. That's my fault. I'm not complaining. I did that to myself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and I need to
Hi, Nico.
Hey honey.
And
Hello, my love. Nora, don't.
Cookie.
I'm uptight with you.
I was overwhelmed by all the creativity.
She's over here bumping the board, and I'm like, please don't. She knocks it off, it'll all get on the floor, and then I'll have to start all over again. I don't want to start all over again. I've got this going the right way right now. Okay, now let's get this going, and then this one's going to go down there. So, okay. All these little tiny ones are going to be a pain to sew. All right. That's going the right way.
Mary says, Katie, you're making it harder to vote for one block.
I figured when you saw this one, you might change your mind. That's why I said, don't vote yet, because you might change your mind. Because I wanted you to see this one when I get it all finished, because you might decide you like this one the best. You never know. It's funny about these blocks. All right, where's the other? Uh-oh. Oh, there it is. I was about to say, where did it go? We had a missing half square triangle. I found it.
Oh, that seems to be a problem tonight. Wonder if she ever found her
I don't know.
triangle.
Adrian, did you find yours? That's going that direction. So
Nico wants to know if you've seen the pictures he sent in Messenger.
no, because I've been on a live, my love. Okay, but I'll look at them soon, okay? All right, I'm not gonna stick these on yet because I want to get these units built first, and then we'll add this on here so you can see what it's going to look like.
Kiwi says, Katie, that block is wagging a tail. It's so happy.
Okay, so here's the plan of attack here. We're going to do one unit at a time. So I'm going to sew these two half square triangles for the short side. And then I'll go ahead and sew the three together. And then we'll sew all of that to this. I hope this is going to be fitting because, I hope so, because that doesn't look like it might. I hope I didn't get the measurements wrong.
I'll be right back. I gotta go check on my headphones.
Okay.
All right, I need to change feet too on my machine.
I'm just.
How's sailing going? Where are y'all at now, babe? Because they're going to the West Coast. They're finally left the East Coast. So the pictures he probably sent me probably have where he's at, and I haven't had a chance to look at them because they've been live. So I'm going to do one corner at a time. I'm not going to go all the way around because I want to make sure I keep these half square triangles going in the correct direction, because I could easily turn this into a hot mess. And I need a leader. Okay. And I'm going to be playing chicken with the bobbin soon too.
Yeah, I just cleaned out my bobbin area. Hopefully I get this back in this plate.
All right. Well, I wound some bobbins the other day, so I'm glad I done that. Because when I was looking in my bobbin case, I'm like, uh-oh, I don't have hardly any.
Yeah, I did that the other day too, but I try to use my colors when I'm doing scrappy, because I get color leftover bits of thread left on my long arm bobbins. So I'll put them on there. Like right now I have one that's in a color that's actually on the thread spool pin. And I'm using that for the main. And then I will do fill my bobbin. Otherwise your bobbins get full and then you got all these bobbins with no colors that you can use, for the long arm.
Let's see, did anyone else come in?
I'm checking.
When I asked how the sailing will go, he says, you'll see in the pics, honey. And, for those of you that doesn't know what ASA means, ASA means honey in Greenlandic. So when you see me calling him that and he's calling me that, it's short for honey.
You ladies that got to meet these other creators, I'm jealous. Hopefully we'll be able to meet some of them next year at QuiltCon.
I can't wait to see all y'all as long as I get to go. Let's hope nothing puts a monkey wrench in that.
Oh, and believe that nothing will.
Yep. With all this back and forth BS going on, you know, you never know.
Here's what my ketchup looks like.
Oh,
Ooh.
I wish I could taste it.
I
Darn
bet
it.
I bet you the flavor's getting even better as it
I bet.
sits. You're gonna have to
Yeah.
take a picture of it and keep one jar just for mementos. You said you're not gonna do it again.
What you could do though is half ketchup jars and then half salsa, and then you won't have that monotony of making so much ketchup.
Yeah, if Brandon ends up really liking it, then maybe he might help next time.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be something?
If you had help, that would help.
Yeah.
That makes a
When you
difference.
do tomatoes, a helper is really nice.
Yeah. It's kind of like the same thing with when you're shelling peas and beans. It's always great to have helpers to help you do that, or shucking corn. Man, I hated shucking corn when my mother would put us on that job. That was
Yeah,
the
we had to do
messiest
that.
thing to have to do because all the little hairs.
Yeah, but wasn't it good when you got to eat it?
Yeah. What would get me in the most trouble was sitting there eating the peas out of the pods and eating raw okra. My mother would have a fit. Stop eating that. We're not going to have nothing for freezer if you keep eating it like that. I'm like, it's so good. I didn't eat the peas, but I love doing the peas like that.
Misty, if you were here yesterday, I think it was yesterday, I
Yeah.
talked about the things that I canned this week, and I canned strawberry jam, huckleberry jam, and I tried making ketchup. So, and I was just talking about how labor intensive making ketchup is. So
I
I
wonder
don't
how
know.
much more intensive it would be to make barbecue sauce.
Well, if you didn't have to make the ketchup, barbecue sauce is easy.
Yeah, but
But if
barbecue sauce comes from ketchup, I believe.
it does, but
Yeah.
if you had to do everything from scratch, you'd say forget it.
I make my own barbecue sauce, but I usually use, ketchup that's already made by somebody else,
Yeah.
Right.
that I bought. But yeah, I can use this for barbecue sauce, but the consistency kind of reminds me of like cocktail sauce.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you have to get some shrimp and try that. See if you like
Yeah,
it with that.
so I'm gonna try it next time I have shrimp. I'll just add some horseradish and Worcestershire sauce and uh, pickle relish.
I do not like horseradish at all.
Well, do you like shrimp sauce?
Yeah.
Because it has,
If it didn't have the horseradish in it,
oh,
I can't
yeah,
stand that stuff. It's when I worked at a restaurant, I can't remember the name of the restaurant. It had a weird name to it. We would have to make uh cocktail sauce and some other kind of thing that went with prime rib, and you use horseradish for it. And
Mhm.
man, it just was not fun to mess with it because we'd make this from the sauces from scratch. Us it was our what it was the waitress' job to make those things that went with those two particular things, and it was like, oh, I'm not enjoying this at all. The smell of it just had me turned off. And I don't know why I didn't like the smell of it. It just, I don't know, it was weird. But I've heard some people say that, they don't like the taste of it. And it's spicy.
yeah.
Spicy.
So
You said you don't like spicy things.
If it burns my mouth, no.
Yeah.
I don't understand the fascination with having heat on your tongue.
No, it's just some people's taste buds. I mean, I'm not one for anything too hot either because I like the afterburn. But
But there might be a reason for me not liking it because of something to do with childhood. Something,
person
something,
has their
something
taste
my
buds.
something my dad used to do, and I think that might have been what ruined it. And he was a
My dad
hell of,
used to like sardines and
oh, mine too.
out of a can and yeah.
I remember the first time I had ordered a pizza with some friends, and they were going to have anchovies put on the pizza, and I'm like, don't be putting anchovies on mine. And they're like, well, we're ordering one pizza, and it didn't occur to me that even though half the pizza didn't have the anchovies on it, that it was going to taste like anchovies, and it did.
Because you could smell it.
I'm like, you get the whole pizza because I'm not eating it. No siree. I'm not a food snob. There's just some things I can't stand the taste of. See you when you get back, Robin. Now, my husband likes to tease me because him and my kids, they like sushi. And you cannot convince me to eat any of that raw. No, thank you.
I have had the tuna, but I'm not, that's only as far as I'll go. I'll do vegetables and all that of the sushi, but, and I have done but that's it, the tuna. It was
I
really
remember
thin sliced.
was it the second time, honey, when you and Lynette ate sushi and I had teriyaki? Lynette took him to this really nice sushi restaurant in Gainesville, Florida. And you should have seen the looks on their faces while they were eating sushi. They were totally in heaven.
They liked it.
Oh, yeah, they were enjoying themselves. I had chicken teriyaki or either steak teriyaki. I don't remember which. And the whining has begun. And I just sewed that really crooked. Now, why did I do that? Because I was not paying attention. Now I'm going to have to go back and fix it. Let me go back real quick and fix this because that cannot look like that. That will cause a flaw in the design. Doesn't have to be perfect. I just need to make sure that this 1/4 inch seam allowance is what it's supposed to be and not off. Ah, there we go. Now it's the way it's supposed to be, and I'll have to take the other seam out. So let me take that off. Won't take but a minute to fix. It seems like I'm taking a little longer to make this particular block, but it's okay.
It has a lot of half square triangles, tiny ones.
Yes, it does. And I have someone at my feet here.
Right. Is she hungry or gonna do her business?
Hungry.
Mom, don't tell Dad.
Please feed me. Looky here, I'll feed you. If you make me poke a hole in this block, I'm gonna get uptight with you, girlfriend. Because these seams are tiny. Oh. I need to find me a light on this side of the pond that has a magnifying glass with it. I'm gonna have to go feed her in a minute. Can y'all hear? I bet the rest of them can hear her too.
Yeah, she's crying. Poor thing. Oh, you heard me say that. Poor baby, hungry.
Excuse me. I'm waiting for someone to say, please go feed that dog. Hey, Donna. It's a beautiful block, Katie. Thank you. I moved it out of the way so she wouldn't knock it off until I go feed her. I'm trying to rip out a seam real quick. Trying to make sure
Donna
she.
Monson is here.
Yep.
Yep. She says hi all.
All right. Where's my tweezers? Oh, there you are.
See, I'm not crazy, Susan, about salmon. It's like has a real rich taste to it, and to me,
The
it's
problem
like
with salmon is
even lobster. I used to like lobster, but now that's too rich tasting. I guess we just change as we.
it also could
I
be.
will eat salmon though, but I'm not
Is
crazy
it
about it.
wild caught salmon you don't like, or the farm one?
It doesn't matter. I'm just not crazy about salmon.
Because I had a hate on it until someone showed me it can taste good. I fixed that. Look, no, that looks better. See. Yep. Okay. Be right back. I'm gonna go feed her before she raises the roof.
Okay.
Yes, feed that baby.
I know she was really hungry because she never priced like that much, that hard.
She thinks I never feed her is what the problem is.
She knows that
that
her.
if she
Huh?
knows that everybody's listening, she
Yep,
get,
she's gonna play
gets
it
their
out.
reaction faster.
I know that there's people out there. I'm gonna play on their
Mhm.
sympathy.
Yeah.
My husband just brought some pizza.
That's what I had last night.
Yeah, I told him. I says we made ham and scalloped potatoes yesterday. Figured we'd have ham sandwiches today. We did. I said, John, I don't want to have ham again today. So I says, why don't we just do pizza? He most usually gets the pizza and then they get chicken wings also.
I need to go help my husband with some chores.
Is he calling you?
He's going to go to the dump. And so
Oh, yeah.
got to get all of
Okay.
the stuff ready.
Yeah, that's a chore.
Yep, that's a chore.
Yep. Okay.
Plus, while we're out, we'll go to the post office and the grocery store. And
Did you ever find any good stuff that's usable at the dump?
um, what it is, it's a bunch of dumpsters.
Oh, okay.
So in Idaho, in these rural areas, it's part of your property tax because they don't actually have like a pickup service to your house.
Yeah.
So they put out these big brown dumpsters for anybody to use. And
So it's mixed. It's mixed
everything
trash.
gets mixed in. If there's
Yeah.
anything good, people usually set it aside and then,
Then you can, yeah.
yeah. But yeah, I don't. But I remember when I was a kid, I'd go to the dump with my folks, and it was like a regular big dump, where it's just the garbage is all over the place.
Yeah.
And we would find all kinds of things.
You know, they
Right.
would, they had a railroad near us, And I don't know how, and they must have had a 10 something that that made tins, because they used to call them slugs, the nickel slugs. You could actually put, they were just about the size of a nickel and they were smooth. You could put those in a poke machine and it would think that it was a nickel.
Oh, really?
But then they fixed that after a
Yeah,
while.
I bet they did.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
when they're, yep, we'd go looking for slugs, see if we could find them.
When I get back, I'll check and see if you guys are still on and
Okay.
join you. But thanks for having me, Katie. And it was
Thank you for
good to
coming.
see you
I'm
too.
probably not going to stop. I don't even know what time it is. Oh, we're still doing good. Okay.
Yeah, I got to go do chores with Brandon. So
Okay. We might
Okay.
still be here because I'm not going to stop until I got this block finished.
Nice
And
yeah, it's
to
looking really good too. I love it.
thank
nice to
you.
be with
Yeah.
you, Teresa.
Thank you
All
for
right.
coming.
Yeah, I'll see you guys later.
Okay,
Okay.
bye.
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 So you got the little one fed, huh?
Yep. She's in there wolfing her food down.
You know what? While you're working on that, she's gone. John brought pizza. I'm gonna go have a slice while it's hot.
Go ahead.
How's that?
Yep.
Is that
Go
okay?
ahead. Yep. Go
Okay.
ahead. Because I know I'm having this live during people's dinner hour. I just looked at the time. I need to take my quilt to the quilt store to find binding fabric. Okay, I'll be here probably when you get back. And June says, got to go, having supper. I'll be staying until about 10 minutes till 10 my time, which would be 8 o'clock y'all's Eastern Standard Time, because Donna goes live at 8, I think. And so I'll stop. I hope to get this block finished before then. I'm going to be disappointed if I don't, because I would like to get it done so y'all can vote on these blocks. All right.
Yeah, talking.
All right. Let me make sure this is going the right direction. And it looks like that it is. So let's go ahead and sew this part on next. So let me show you what you can see right here. Everybody can see right here, right? So I'm just going to sew this to this. I've already sewn the side over here. And I'm still continuing on with, well, wait, I gotta do something. I thought I took care of this, but I didn't. I'm still pressing my seams open as well, which means at some point I've got to put this under a hot iron. So once I get this first unit done, I'll go ahead and press it with the iron, and then we'll continue on. Okay. Make sure I don't put it on here the wrong way. All right, let's sew that to this. Oh my goodness, my dog just about dislocated my arm, says Robin. Uh-oh. I hear someone's dog barking outside. You know, it's interesting when you lose your big dog. It's like the rest of the neighborhood dogs realize that he's not around anymore. So they've been coming over here, the ones that the owners don't keep secured, and they've been marking the area with their scent because they know that Nora is a girl dog. And I'm going to be having a chit chat with a couple of them about their dogs peeing on the front door. Because they have to come up onto the porch to do that. So the owner doesn't even see what they're doing. And if I catch them out there, they might end up with a shovel upside their head. I don't know why people think that it's okay for their male dogs to do that. It's really annoying. I never let Coda run around like that. He didn't have them bad habits. I'm having trouble with this. I should wait. Let's try it this way. Take that pin out of the corner first and then pin it on. Because I'm trying to go through the middle of the seam so I can line these seams, or this particular seam needs to be lined up. All right. Okay, now it's lined up. Hope you're okay, Robin, says Misty. What happened with the dog, Robin? Laura, what kind of dog do you have? Essa, are you still there? Put black pepper on the ground. They sniff before they pee, and it will light up their nose and will cease and desist. Actually, that's a great idea. I just have to make sure Nora's not sniffing it. But that is a good idea. I'm pretty sure I know whose dog it is, though. He got excited, and if you are distracted, all heck breaks loose. Yes, it does. Katie, I have six dogs. My goodness. Just two border collies, an Australian shepherd, a Yorkie, and her dad has two chihuahuas. The Aussie is the one that hit the back of my knee when I fell. Yeah, you know, my German shepherd would hit my knee a lot. Comes flying by me and knocked my knee out to the side a little bit. Just enough that I knew I was going to fall down if I didn't. Because they get excited. Okay, I'm going to go put an iron on this, and then I'll show you what it looks like. There's lots of moving parts on this corner. Oh, you just gonna come pouring out, huh? Oh, look at this little tiny block, you guys. What do y'all think about the color choice? Y'all like it? I like it. Shh. I knew she didn't mean to do it, but it knocked me off my feet and I couldn't brace the fall and I fractured my back. And with all my other issues, it's been hard to get back to any kind of normal. I understand. It definitely has affected yourself for sure. And Robin says she has 3 rescued pit bulls. Pit bulls are illegal here in Greenland. I wish I had a little mini iron where I could go from here to mini iron to there. Instead, I have to wait until I have plenty to press and then go do it at once, you know? Oh, that was a bad idea. This is why I pin. You never know what's not going to lay right. Are they young dogs or are they up in age? Misty says she has 7, 1 border terrier, 1 Scottish terrier, 1 Jack Russell, and 4 Yorkies. My goodness. That keeps you busy, I bet. We just want another Dotson. Although, you know, I've been watching the Cruft show for the last 3 days, and every time I see that little American Shepherd or that little Australian Shepherd, I'm like, I want one. These little bear paws are so cute. My goodness. By the way, I think this is only either my first time or my second time of making a bear paw. I can't remember if I made one or not. If I made one, I don't remember doing it. Is anyone else making the block? I know Pat was one of them, but she hasn't come in today. Haven't seen her actually today. I hope she's okay. I did find out that I have been approved for a 12-month regimen once a month. It is an outpatient procedure and is supposed to rebuild bone tissue and reduce pain. That's wonderful, Laura. Hello. The bear paw, love the bear paw block. I am working on the puff quilt still, says Shirley from Alaska. Hey Shirley, how you doing? Thank you for coming. Yep, it's coming along. This block is going to, I think this block is going to be very colorful. It's already looking like it's going to be very colorful. And she says, I made them on a panel quilt top I just did. Oh, cool. All right, I'm going to go over and put the iron on this. All right, move this out of the way because I don't want to knock it on the floor. sure I have these going in the right direction. This must be the one. Okay, so this goes on the bottom. This goes on the side. All right, so let's go ahead and sew this one on first. I have a few dogs, but they're all basically puppies. The oldest one is 2 years old. Yep. Hey, YouTube police, welcome, welcome. He says Boston Terriers are so small dogs. So small dogs. Okay, gotcha. Katie, one border collie, is 10 years old. The other border collie and Aussie are 4 years old. The Yorkie is 4, and the Chihuahuas are ancient. They are at least 15 plus years. I told hubby no more dogs. There was one time in my adult life while I was raising kids where we had our first dog was a half collie, quarter chow, quarter shepherd female, and she turned out to be an alpha female. And before it was all said and done, I had her, which was queen bee of the backyard, 4 female German shepherds, and a male shepherd, and they had a pecking order. And the mixed breed dog, she ruled all of them. She was such a ruler that they all were trained to do their business in one back corner of the yard. If she caught them doing their business anywhere else, she'd be all over them. She taught them that she didn't want to walk in their stuff. She was a very peculiar dog. And we had her since she was like 6 weeks old. So this was something she developed over time. Because I didn't train her about where to do her business. That was her. And I have to wonder if it's not because she had the chow in her. Because German Shepherds usually don't care where they do their business at. It made for a clean backyard, that's for sure. I never seen a dog sit there and tell other dogs where to go do their business and give them a bunch of crap if they didn't. YouTube police says we have 3. 2 are just under a year old from the same litter. And then he says, I better get back to work. Just wanted to show some support. Thank you for coming in. Hey, type the word !selfie to share your channel before you leave. !selfie for anyone who has a channel. You can share your channel. All right, let's get this other. Oh, I need to add one more piece on here before I can sew that on. Did you see the tiny bear paw? Look.
No, how cute.
How tiny it is.
It is. It's
so tiny.
So you saw where Pat says she's been working on one, huh?
Yeah,
The
Pat said
Paw?
I was wondering how hers was going. Hey, Katie, I'm
coming good.
It's coming along nicely. I can't stay in the chat for more than a few minutes because this iPad's battery won't hold a charge. Plug the power cord into it. That's what I do with. That's what this phone here that I'm using for a camera. I have it plugged into a cord so it won't die. I can't wait to see yours. Mine are all rescue dogs, says Misty. I need to finish watching the rest of the Cruft show. I've got the first 2 days watched.
What's the name of it?
The Crufts, it's called Crufts. It's dog show, kind of like Westminster.
Oh,
but
okay.
It's over here. and the
Mhm.
dog standards over here are much better. Like for the first time in all these shows, I finally saw a Doberman Pinscher in all its natural glory. I will never understand why people decided chopping their tails off and clipping their ears made them
Yeah.
look better.
Yeah, they do that.
So it's illegal over here to dock their tails and clip their ears. Same with the bulldog family; they don't do that either. Makes good sense to me.
Yep. There's really, other than appearance wise, they're, I don't know if it's even appearance, but
It's because I don't know what it is with humans. Like humans think that they need to modify how an animal looks, or they need to crossbreed so they can have designer breeds,
Yeah.
like what's going on right now between poodles and Labradors and other. I don't get that.
well, they're trying to get, a lot of people are doing it where they can, so they get more hyperallergenic. They want a dog, but they want something that, you know, when you cross certain,
Get a poodle, because a poodle's
yeah,
hyperallergenic. You know what else
yeah.
is hyperallergenic, and you would never think in a million years it was? Is a Bergamasco. They have really long hair that becomes dreadlocks as they age. They are
Oh,
super hyperallergenic. My
yeah,
friend Melanie and her husband got two Bergamascos because Melanie's allergic to dogs, and she had no issues with the Bergamasco. And if I didn't have to deal with the hair, I'd have a Bergamasco here because they are gorgeous, and they're in the same family as a German Shepherd, which is right up my alley, you know, herding
yeah.
dogs. I love herding dogs. I grew up. I'm one of those that when you grow up in the South, your parents have pit bulls, so that's what I was exposed to all of my life before I got out. And when I got my first German Shepherd, you should have heard my dad. He's like, "You weren't raised to own German Shepherds. You've heard me call them a certain word all you." I'm like, so my choice. I didn't want to raise pit bulls with my kids.
Yeah. So he liked pit bulls, huh?
Yes, he did. He had one. He traded a gun for her, and I'll never understand why he even got her because she had to live in a cage up off the ground because she was that aggressive.
Wow.
I
Maybe
mean,
he got it to be for the aggression.
and I don't know how he managed to get her bred, but she was pregnant at one point. When she had this puppy, she ate her puppies.
Aw. There's some that
She
will
just was.
do that. They will do it if they think something's wrong with them or something like that.
She was
Some
crazy though.
animals.
We weren't allowed to even pet her because there was a risk of her biting us, and that's why I've never understood why he brought her home because there's us.
How was he with how was the dog with him? Did he have to be
Um,
careful?
I'm trying to remember how she was with him. He handled her, but I seem to think that he might have put a muzzle on her whenever he would take her out of that cage.
Yeah. Well, the dog
Mom had,
probably
mom had,
before he
mom,
had it probably
yeah.
was abused.
Well, she came from a fighting ring, apparently.
Yeah. You
She was a
can't get that.
gorgeous dog. She was
Yeah.
beautiful. She was, oh my Lord. She was the meanest thing I think I'd ever seen. She would look at you and you would say, "Gosh, she looks like she wants to eat me for dinner."
Huh.
I wasn't scared of her, but I definitely did stick my fingers in the cage.
No.
He ended up having to euthanize her because he just couldn't, get that nastiness out of her.
Well, it was probably bred in there.
Yeah. And mom
Right.
had chickens and pigs and everything else.
Oh
So if she
yeah.
never got out, it would be one big, huge slaughter.
Yeah. Yeah. my son had a dog. I can't remember what kind it was, but it was mixed, but I don't remember. And it would kill. And they say that once they taste
Yep.
the blood, you can't get that out of them.
He had other pit bulls. He brought one home that had been mistreated pretty badly, and she was scared of everything. And he told us kids, he says, "I want you to see what you can do with her because she's, you know." And
Yeah.
over time, that dog got where she gained confidence and she started protecting the yard, and she would walk us to the bus stop and then bring herself back home again, and she was a really
Wow.
good dog. And then when we were living in Lake City, Mom and Dad got another one. It was a Staffordshire or something, but it didn't look Staffordshire to me. Well, she was a big pit bull. She weighed about, I don't know, 60 or 65 pounds. She was a pretty good sized dog. And she got protective of us kids in front of Daddy. She wouldn't let
Hmm.
Daddy lay a hand on us without growling at him about it. She didn't like him
Yeah.
putting his hands on us.
Yeah. It's like, keep that dog.
Yeah. She was
One
a
of the
good
best
dog.
dogs we had when we were kids were a young Great Dane. His name was Cadillac Jack. I like that name.
The dog
Wow.
that won the dog that won
100
best in the dog
Yeah.
last night that won best in show in the pretty dog part of it. It was a Irish Wolfhound. You think Great Danes are big? You should see that dog. He was standing next to that man. He's so big.
I saw a Great Dane the other day that was just so huge that
Yeah.
they were taken for a walk, and she says hers only lived to be 6 years or 7 years old. I wonder if it's that because of the size, do they, like they say, the little
Over
dogs
time.
will live longer than the bigger.
Yep.
And I just wondered if, that seems like a short lifespan, but
Yeah. I the first time I came eye to eye with a Great Dane, I was a little bit worried because he was
they looked at you in the eye.
as tall as that 5 or 4 foot fence that was between us. And he just looking at me. He wasn't growling, he wasn't being aggressive. He's just looking at me, and I'm like, "Are you gonna come over that fence?" And I just stood my ground. I didn't act like I was scared of him, but he did make me think twice.
He was just probably, it reminded me of I don't know, sergeant. Not that I don't mean that in a bad way, but they're soldiers. They look after the area, but I don't think they're aggressive.
Yeah.
But
like
they're very,
yeah. It's like having a livestock guardian dog.
yeah. I hadn't heard anything about Great Danes being aggressive
Yeah, neither have I.
dogs.
But he sure was watching me like a hawk.
Oh
We had-
yeah, it's like, hey, little girl, am I intimidating you?
Well, he
It's-
definitely was intimidating me.
Yeah,
Well, we just moved into that little house next to his house, and which the fence
Oh,
ran
yeah.
between his yard and ours, and so he didn't even know who we were, and we were just moving into this place, and I think that's what he was doing. He's like, are you good or are you bad?
yeah. He was checking you out, and he was curious as you were.
Yep. And I wanted to reach over and pet him, but I never did because I was a
Yeah.
little worried. Maybe I should not challenge that idea.
The first meeting, it's not always good.
Because I was raised not to if you don't know the dog, stand your
Yeah.
ground, but don't be the aggressor.
Right.
Because sometimes if a dog sees that you're not fearful, they'll turn around and walk off.
Did you know Lisa's here?
Huh?
The awkward Quilter. Lisa is here.
No, I didn't know she was. She
Lisa?
must have just got here. Hey,
Yeah,
Lisa.
she must have got off work. Hi,
Welcome,
Lisa.
welcome. My little block's coming together.
Lisa says her Dane was a gentle giant too, very protective. She only lived 7 years too. Aw, that's
so they are
hard.
cute. I did not know they were that short-lived. I knew they short-lived because German Shepherd, probably looks like a dwarf compared to a Great Dane, though.
Oh, they're big, Great Danes. Big.
Yeah.
They're beautiful dogs. Big.
Yes, they are. They are indeed. I'm coming along with this, you guys. I'm going to go ahead and sew the bottom row and the middle row, and that leaves the 2 units here to sew together. And then we'll get all 3 of these rows sewn together, and then we'll add the side piece on. I'll show you what this looks like in just a minute.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's hard. You get attached to your animals and then you have to say goodbyes someday, you know.
Yep.
Time goes fast, you know, you don't
does.
realize how fast that goes.
I'm hoping that Nora will live a longer life than Coda did.
Yeah, well, she's little. She probably won't. I wouldn't be doubt if she lived to be 15 to 17 years old.
Yep. I am going to be really proactive this summer with, getting back into walking again. But I'm going to get her out more often, walking too, a lot. And I'm going to see if I can't get a little bit of that weight off of her. Because she could use a little bit of because I don't feed her a lot of food, actually.
Just that her an activity for the winter.
Yeah, the winter months, it just gets hampered because of ice.
Yeah.
The other day yesterday when I took her out for her usual constitution and I let her back in, she had the zoomies, and you should have seen her. She was running all over the house. I'm like, what got into you? It was hilarious.
Must have just felt like playing.
Yep. It was comical watching her zoom around.
She got what they call the zoomies.
Yep. When I take her out to nature, we can cut her loose as long as there's not any dogs around. And you should see her run. It's funny. It's like instantaneous zoomies, and she just goes for a while. She doesn't slow down. Okay, so you can see what I'm doing. We have the bottom quadrant sewed together. Now what I'm going to do this center right here. I hope you can see what I'm talking about. So I'm going to do this middle one. Then I'll do the 2 quadrants here and then join, and then we can do all 3 rows. And then all we'll have left to do is these half square triangles, the big ones that goes on one side of it. Okay. This part's just going to be very simple. It's just 2 rectangles and a square.
I had to stop and think a second. With my hourglass, I made the square and I cut a diagonal, and I had to stop and think, is that what I wanted to do? It is. I gotta do another one. Oh,
2 diagonals.
Diagonals.
Those little hourglasses with those scrappy colors from the charm pack, they come out really good,
Yeah,
so
real pretty.
Impressive to look at. It's definitely going to be super scrappy for sure. Unless, I know some have hard time just going with it and they want to, make it more organized looking, but I'm not making mine organized. I'm just
Mine's pretty scrappy.
I'm letting the chips fall where they may. And so far it's worked.
Somewhere, I can't remember, where did I put my fabric at that I had? Oh, it's over here.
I definitely have a pile of them over there to finish. I got to finish pressing them because I've already got them all in triangles. I already cut the squares. And then all I got to do is get them sewn together. And that's going to take a while because there is a lot of them. And I'm pretty sure I still don't have enough. So we're going to be busy with this little sew along for a little while, I think. And I'm fine with that because this is something that we can carry out over time and not rush it and people not have to feel pressured. I just want to make sure no one gets bored and gives up on it because there's that. There is that problem, you know, that could happen.
Yeah, I do. It's weird is that you buy fabric and you have something in mind.
Mhm.
And now I can't remember what I had in mind, but now I don't know if I'm going to use this one. I got this, I thought, just for a neutral. But you know what? It might be too neutral.
Well, make a
I
block
think
and see.
I don't think I'll like it. Nope. I think white would be good. I got this too, but this is out for another quilt.
Is that a gray?
No, it's a black gray.
Oh, it's black gray.
Almost
Oh,
looks like a batik
looks
type.
like a batik.
I know.
Wow.
Now
Okay.
that would go good with it.
Yeah. Looky here.
But this does nothing for me. So that's out of the question. I'll use it somewhere someday.
Yep.
Let me see if I can find out who makes this.
When it's ready to present itself to you, when it starts talking to you, you'll know.
Yeah. Well, I think it likes this. Yeah. Yeah, that I thought, okay, that would that tan, I didn't have any of my blocks with me when I picked out that fabric, and it's like, okay, I don't like this. As soon as I picked it up out of that bag today.
Actually, Sylvia, that's a really good idea. We're going to be talking about that next go around because I already started talking about what, because it's going to be up to each person who is actually sewing it on what size they want their quilt to be. So if they want to just do a table runner, then all they have to do is decide how many of those 16 3/4 inch blocks they want to sew, because we have not introduced sashing yet. And then there's going to be a sashing in between each of those big blocks. So it's going to be up to everybody on, because I'm trying to keep this so that people can use their creativity to do it how they want it to look. It doesn't have to necessarily follow what I'm doing because I haven't made a decision yet on what size I want mine. I do think that I'm going to go bigger, which means I might do like five blocks across by 6 down. And by the time you put all the sashings in, and then I'm definitely thinking I want a border around it so we can stop all the mix of colors into one spot. And sorry, I'm just making sure I got this lined up right. You know, so that I know mine will be a little bit bigger if I do that route, and I'm pretty sure that's what I'm gonna do. But I'm not gonna get it done within the next 3 or 4 months. That's just not gonna happen. I have too many irons in the fire.
I'm trying to keep up. I got my magnolia that I'm almost finished
Yeah,
with.
the magnolia is the other one. That one's been, well, the magnolia and the star climber and this,
Yeah.
the panel sew.
I got stuff for the star climber. I just haven't started on it. But I watch the videos every month.
Yeah. The star climber is going to be fun because you can do it in rows. You can do like 1 month, because I think that has 5 by 4 or 5 by 6. I can't remember.
I got the papers and everything, but
make a row a month and be satisfied with that idea. Let me see. Hello, Ellie Fish. And type exclamation selfie if you want to share your channel. And Laura says, I have way too much now. I need a team of organizers to come in and reset my entire sewing room. I've been doing too much retail therapy, and oh boy, everything is a mess right now. Yeah, so anyone want to get on an airplane to come help me do that room in there that I still haven't done?
Oh,
Uh,
Andrea is really moving on hers. She's going to make a king size quilt, and she has 39 patch blocks done. We'll need 210 of the other blocks. Says she has 52 done so far. That's good to have 52
yeah.
hourglass blocks done.
Yep. The hourglasses is taking a little bit longer to do, you know, because you gotta trim down with them.
Yeah.
Robin, she was gonna come in here, so I'm not sure what happened. She was at the car dealership doing something. I'm gonna text her and see what she says. Robin is asking after you. Okay. I talked to her earlier. I thought she was going to be here, but she was doing something. There, she was at the Hyundai or something to do with the car. One of the cars, I think, needed something done to it or something. And she didn't do it the other day because she y'all heard her mention about doing the shot pop instead. It's unbelievable that she's my second longest first friend that I have known for so long. You know, she's over 20 years. And then my friends that live in Syracuse, New York, I've known them 30 something years. And we all started out at the same place on the internet.
That's interesting. And you met
And I've met them, yes.
on the internet.
Nico, and how me and Nico came together and became good friends was through the internet. We were best friends. We're still best friends, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But that's how it all started.
Interesting.
And I've met Michael and Melanie more than once. I've flown up to New York a couple times, and but Nikolai hasn't met them yet, but he's known them for a long time. So on our next trip to the U.S., we're going to Syracuse, one way or the other,
That's good.
so that he can finally meet both of them because he really wants to meet them. Because we've all just been, you know, friends for so long. Out of all those people that was in that channel, I met someone from Germany, met two people from the UK, several places in the United States. I went to my first IRC party, which was in Fort Wayne, Indiana. That was an interesting party, let me tell you.
Debson. Hi, Debs.
Hey,
How you
Debs.
doing?
Welcome.
Lost my pens.
Uh-oh. That should not have stayed there. Let's don't break a needle today. I'm trying to get these pins out fast enough. Okay, now we've got this second row on here. Now all I got to do is work on that last row, and we will be in business here on almost having a block done. Wow, this is going to be. I am totally floored by this. I did not expect this to look this way. Isn't it funny how you have it in your mind, and then when you actually see it come to fruit, it's totally more than what you thought it would be?
Yep.
Oh, the iron makes it so hot I can't hardly touch it. I'm pressing this so that I can go ahead and continue on the rest of it.
Oh, me too. Yeah, Andrea. They have to put her on. I got the Twisted Log Cabin quilt book. I couldn't find her part one. I just saw that she was on had part two coming up, but I didn't see her part one, and I couldn't find it.
Is there paper piecing to that one?
Yes, that's
Can you
all
do
paper
paper
piece.
piecing without the book?
I have the book. I got the book. Yep.
Oh no, I missed out on getting the book because I didn't know about it till after the fact.
Well, I had the book before she said that I had ordered it because it caught my eye. And I had it probably for about 2 months before Donna said that she was going to do it. I don't know, it's a little
Houston,
complicated, but I saw one person did it with just the two colors instead of doing the gradation of a color like the book shows. They did it in 2 colors, like red and white, and it was beautiful. I loved it with the 2 colors.
y'all,
That was doable. It played with my mind otherwise, you know?
look what I did.
Wow.
No, look what I did. Can you see the mistake?
What,
Remember how I was hoping I would not do that? Well, I did it.
let me see. Wait.
It's right
That one?
there. The teeth are the wrong direction.
Ah. Hey,
I'm not going to take the whole thing. I'm not going to unrip the whole thing.
no,
Here's what I'm
that's
going to do, because I already have this whole seam done. This is how I'm going to do it. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to start about right here, and I'm going to rip from here out of the seam so that I can get at this side seam right here. Sorry. Let me try again. Let me put it under this camera. Okay. See, this is going the wrong way.
oh yeah, I see.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start about right here where I have my seam ripper put, and I'm going to rip the seam out from here to here. I'm not going to mess with this over here, and that will open up this area, and then I'll take this whole seam out. I have to turn these around, which means this has got to come off, and then I can put it back in and then re-sew this partial seam back. So that's how I'm going to fix that. See, I told you it would happen, and it did. I don't know why I do that. It's like my brain has this little fart or something. And it's like, okay, let's turn them the wrong way. Yes, we do that sometimes. What's bad is when you do it again. Yeah, exactly, Mary G. You'd think after all this time I would be more careful and not do that. No, I still do it. And usually it happens every time it involves these kind of angles. That would explain why that one tip looked different. It was in the wrong place. Katie, I'll watch the rest of the replay. I want to catch a bit of Donna's. She doesn't start for another hour, right?
No, she's on.
9. It's so she started at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
Evidently. She's at
Yeah,
home,
well,
I don't think. I think that's what I think she's still at that in Michigan. And she's been doing odd
Oh, she's
times.
with Delia. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
That might be why. Hey, Andy, welcome, welcome. Well, I wasn't going to stop until 10, so y'all go ahead. Any of you want to go do that, go ahead. I'm not going to stop until this block is finished because this is important. Normally she goes on at 8, and I figured I'd have this finished by the time it was time for her to go live.
You know what?
What?
She's on Midwest time.
That's what's got me goofed up. Because
that's what's got. Yep, that's what's got her confused too.
Yep. So she went on an hour earlier.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, because she's New York time or whatever, most usually.
Yeah, because normally I'm still live at this hour. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to stay right here.
I can watch the the replay because I missed the beginning, and she's doing
Yeah,
her colors in two-tone too, but it's like kind of
I'll watch
looks
her
so
replay
different.
later
Yeah. Okay.
because I set this up to just dump everybody into her channel. Now I know it wasn't the right time now. That's I didn't even know
Oh
that.
yeah, it says wait.
No, she was still, because according to the internet, it was showing her starting at 10 my time.
Yeah, it says Mary says that yes, 7 Eastern time for Donna. Becca will be 8 o'clock.
No, Becca,
Sometimes watching the replay for me it works because then I can
well,
I tend to listen better.
If she moved her time up, then I didn't realize Becca moved her time up either, because Becca normally goes on at midnight. No, 11 my time.
No, 9.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about my time. Donna goes on at 10 my time, and then Becca starts hers at 11 my time, which would be 11, 10, 9 o'clock her time. I think. It doesn't matter. It's okay. No problem. I can always change the link to dump everybody into Becca's if I have to. Because Donna's already going, so it's not gonna,
Yeah.
I don't need it'll dump everybody there or not. So I might need to change that link.
Yeah, I didn't even know
Becca's.
that.
Yeah, if you have like someone going live right behind you, you can make your channel dump people into their channel. And the bot will automatically show the link, and then when the live stops, it automatically, sometimes it'll take people even there. It depends on settings on people's YouTube channel or YouTube account, I think.
Aw, thanks. Jean's gonna stick with us, she says, for a while. She says
Thank
she'll
you,
watch
Jean.
both for she'll watch both for a while. It's like if I
Thank
want
you.
to, yeah, I can have her.
do.
Huh?
Sometimes I watch 3 lives at the same
I
time.
know. I know.
I've definitely watched Jean's at the same time. There's someone else that has their live, I think, at the same time she does. And I watch both of them. And I didn't wake up. I wasn't still awake this morning like I've been being all week. So I missed out on Lisa's live this morning. No, Liana's. Not Lisa. I don't know why I said Lisa. It's Liana that's been sewing really early in the morning.
Oh yeah, that girl has energy.
Yes, she does.
I like her. I just, if you want to have a good day, just watch her.
Yep.
I caught her live this morning because I've been sleeping in a little bit more than I normally do.
Sleep for a change. But the last like 4 days, I had caught all of her lives like 4 days in a row because I was still awake. Hadn't gone to sleep.
Okay. Yeah, she said that was unusual.
Yep, they usually don't.
What are you doing up?
Yeah, you're never up. You're never here this early in the morning. I'm like, well, I am right now because I never went to bed. Unfortunately, it is what it is. I'm beginning to think.
Shirley says she never gets to catch Leanna's live. Yeah, because the time.
Yeah, because she's on Alaskan time. And that I'm still trying to figure out the time difference between me and Alaska. I'm waiting to see if they're going to change our time or not and not say nothing like they did last year. They didn't even say anything. It just because they weren't supposed to change the time ever again. And then I noticed when I set a live, I don't remember exactly what it might have been. I want to say it was in June when it happened. I went to set up a live and I got a message from someone saying, you're supposed to be live right now. And I'm like, what do you mean? No, I'm supposed to be live at 7 my time as always. Well, according to YouTube, you're live right now. And when I looked, I'm like, what the heck? And come to find out, there was a time change that I wasn't even aware of over here.
Ah. Yeah, I think right now if it's just my computer or my iPad or what I have done, I don't know. But to look for people that should be live and I should be able to click on live,
Yep.
they're not there. I
Yep.
should be, if it's on all or quilting, sometimes I can get them to pop up. Sometimes I can't, and I have to go in and do the search for their name because I know that they're on to find it. It's like it's really jumbled right now. It's not nothing's where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, it's confusing.
It is because you know that somebody's gonna come on, and like I looked for her first part, and I realized now that I did watch her first part. I couldn't find it on hers. I could find her second part that was going to come on, but I couldn't find her first anywhere.
See, Robin says it's 7:17 there, which right now it's 9:17 my time. So normally I'm 3 hours ahead of Eastern Standard Time, but since the daylight saving hours kicked in, and now it's 2 hours, but we're
Yeah.
supposed to be
Oh,
staying,
it's
supposed to be 3
confusing.
hours no matter what between us, and so now I'm like totally confused again. I'm like, my brain.
Oh no, I think it gets confusing.
I was thankful that
that's all.
Teresa messaged me this morning because she messaged me, well, not this morning, earlier this afternoon. She said, were you meaning to go live at 4:30 in the afternoon your time, which would have been 11 a.m. my time? And I'm like, wait, what? And when I went out, I went and looked, and I put 4:30 because I had 4:30 Eastern Standard Time on my brain.
Oh, oh no.
Instead of 7
you
or
really got to be
6:30.
confused. You
Yeah.
got to really be.
Oh my God. And I'm like, thank you for catching that, because I would have been in the store because I was about to go to the store and my live would have started without me.
Oh my
Good.
Lord.
How are you? I'm very good. How are you, Create and Relate? And can you tell me again what your first name is again, please? I know you've already told me once, but it hasn't stuck yet. Susan says she's back home. Good, good. And Shirley says it's 3:17 right now. So that's 3:17 p.m., correct, Shirley? So that'd be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So she's 6 hours behind me. She's on Pacific time, kinda, if that's correct.
Great and Relate. You have a channel?
Yes,
I would think so. That is her channel name.
yeah, that's the channel name.
I wrote it down. Oh, Stacy is her
And
name.
I'm fixing to hang on a minute.
I'll write that down.
Stacy, you can share your channel. Type exclamation selfie. Nice to see you here, Stacy. Now
Yeah, I'll check your channel out when I'm off of here.
One hour earlier than California. Okay. That's so strange. Is there more than one time zone in Alaska?
Oh, that's a good question. It's a very good question.
Yep. Like here in Greenland, if you're on the East Coast, there's a time difference. Okay, let's make sure I put this the right direction this time. Wait a minute, I need to go back and press this corner. Okay, let me put it on the design board and let's inspect it together to make sure I got that angle where it's supposed to be. and I'm going to spotlight it. And if you see a flaw, let me know, please. And I'm going to get ready to sew this back on. It looks right this time. Yep, it looks right. Let me spotlight it so y'all can see what had happened here. Yep, now it looks right. I just now got to get this sewed back on.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yep, it looks right. Okay.
Like if you think of a bear's paw, don't they have their feet out like that?
Yep.
When they walk or they stance?
Yep. So we're going to sew this part on first because we got to leave this seam open. Well, first thing I need to do is get that one seam lined up first before I pin the rest of it. Okay, so let's get this seam done first. Got to run up the road to check the mail. Be right back. Okay, Shirley. And Susan says it's 4:22 on the West Coast.
Great and Relate says that she thinks she put it in wrong. I told her to do it again.
Yeah, type.
Exclamation. I did mine so she could see how it comes up after you do it.
She typed it wrong. You need to type it like this. Type it like this. Exclamation. There you go. Now the bot should share your channel. There it is.
There.
Got it. Yay!
Yeah, you know, when I first started, it's like you wanted to put a space between it. But
yeah. If I was smart, I would come up with a different name than selfie because maybe selfie's too confusing. I don't know. Maybe
actually
I should type. Tell them to type. Yeah, maybe I could say just type the word exclamation share or something like that, you know, or exclamation channel. Maybe that would work.
Yeah.
That might be less confusing. With Andy, he uses he uses the $sign and the word backyard because his name is Backyard Trucker. So he just uses the first part of his channel name, and so all you have to do is type the $sign backyard, and it'll share your channel in his channel.
Wow.
Hey, Myra, there she is. Because I have something to share with Myra. And as soon as I get this piece sewn back on, I'll do it real quick, and then I'll continue on with this block. I want to show her that ruler we were talking about last night when we got into that discussion about rulers, about the backs of them.
Yeah.
Because she was asking me about my trim down for the half square triangles.
Oh, and yeah, I forgot I had the quilt in the day.
Yeah.
And I bought that crazy trimming ruler. And I'm still getting used to the slots to cut those dog ears off
I
of.
have one of them, but I don't know where it's at the moment. But I do have one you're talking about too. The slotted trimmer.
I think I like the day one.
But we were talking about the backs of them being slick and what I did to improvise for mine. And then we were talking about Creative Bridgelet, you know, versus blah, blah, blah. And I said, I have one ruler by Quilter Select that when you move the ruler, the fabric moves with the ruler. And she wanted me to show her, and I didn't know where the ruler was. Well, I found the ruler earlier today, so I'm going to show her how that works. But I just don't feel I have too many creative grids in this house to warrant or to feel comfortable that it's okay to just replace all of them with the quilter, especially when I feel like the glare on the quilter is no better. Well, actually, I think it's worse than the creative grids one is.
Yeah, you gotta get the ones that you can read easy.
Oh, I should have sewed this in the other direction so I could see that point. Darn it. Well, hopefully I didn't cut it off. Find out in a minute. I didn't want to cut the point off. didn't.
You did not. Good.
I didn't. All right. That means I don't have to worry about it. Yay. All right. Now let me go over here to the iron because I need to press this before I re-seam this this partial seam, re-sew it. Need to keep that one. It's kind of funny when you have this cut apart like this, you don't want to accidentally get that other loose seam in the way when you're pressing, because you'll accidentally press something you shouldn't press, you know?
Yeah.
All right. Now what we're going to do, let me put my design board back here. Now, because I ripped part of the seam out here, I'm sure you can see how I did that. See how it's, so what I need to do now is re-sew this seam right here. And the problem that was wrong is now fixed. So see how I didn't rip the whole thing out? And that saves you time. Plus, you know, the less you have to rip out, the better, because every time you rip something apart, you know what happens. Seams get stretches and they're wonky, and yeah. The less stretching you have going on, the better.
Yeah, I like it when I only have to rip out a partial seam.
Hey, Myra, did you want to come on? She said, today I picked up a very slightly used Dritz Quilter's floor frame for 20 bucks. Wow. Can't wait to put my newest great grandniece nephew floor quilt on there and get it finished. That's awesome. I'm happy for you, sissy.
She got a deal.
Yes, she did. Stacy says that she has subscribed to your channel, Sherry.
Oh, well, thank you, Stacy. I appreciate that.
All right. Now what I'm going to do is come back in here, and I'm going to, I know you can't see what I'm doing, but I'm going to go like 1/4 of an inch back where the seam is still intact, and sew over that so that this seam can't come apart because of me ripping it out partially. And that'll keep the seam from coming out, or it's supposed to anyway.
Now I've lost a half square triangle and I cut it.
Check on your shirt and underneath your table. Or on your, if you're using a design board, maybe it's up underneath it.
Did I throw it away? That's scraps.
Myra says she loves Marketplace.
Oh, yeah. Is that where she got her
I think so.
frame?
Yeah.
Through Marketplace.
It looks like it. We don't have a Marketplace over here. Besides, there's no quilters around here anyway. Not that I'm aware of anyhow.
Well, that's going to drive me nuts.
Where is that loose thread coming from? Did I see here? Okay, let me go over and press this because now it's fixed. And then we'll start on the other side. This block is going to be so cool. The book don't give it justice, you know? The picture from the book. Okay, now we've got that done. We're pressed. Put it back on the design board, and I'm going to turn the design board around so that I can start working on the other side of this block. Okay, so first things first, we're going to sew these two together.
Oh. This is the color I lost, one of them.
Oh,
I am not doing the same, Myra, I'm not doing the same one that Katie's doing tonight. I'm doing the one with the
from yesterday.
4 patches.
Yeah, the channel sew she's doing.
Yeah.
I'm working on a block from the 1,000. I'll show you the book and everything in a minute. Let me see. What have I missed? Misty said, "Subscribe to everyone that wasn't already." Thank you, Misty.
Thank you. Of course, it has.
Stacy says, "My channel isn't quilting, but it's a creative channel, so I'm always looking for creative channels to start new hobbies, also to support them too." Thank you, Stacy.
Yeah, and we like to look at other things other than our quilting
Yep.
too.
Yep, definitely. I've been having a good time helping with playlists. The last 4 nights.
Yeah.
I have 2 browsers on this laptop, so I got.
And you've been going through the playlists, huh?
Yeah. So what I've been doing is I dislodge one of the browser tabs off of the browser, and then I shrink the 2 down along with the other browser, and I have 3 videos running when I 3 different channel playlists running when I walk out of the room, and when I come back in here in the morning, the entire playlist has been played.
Wow. Now, see, I can, one thing I can do is like, I'll get on my iPad and I'll watch the main channel I'm watching, but I have my phone. So if there's a channel I want to check out that comes up there, then on my phone, I'll check it out and do the stuff. So, yeah.
Well, after I run the playlist, what I do is I go back and because I'm not sitting there looking at all of them, I go back and then I make sure all of them are liked. But then I go through every other one and rewatch those and make comments on those. So some of the videos gets watched twice. So when you find a bunch of comments, it's because I went through there and rewatched some of them and then commented. What is going on here? Something is wrong.
What, with your machine, or
Yeah,
is it not wanting to go over that triangle hump?
It's not moving the there it went. I don't know why it wasn't catching it. Maybe I need to clean the feed dog. I've been doing a lot of sewing this week, so that might be what the problem is.
Yeah.
I'm getting close to needing to change that bobbin anyway. So I probably have to clean it when I do the bobbin, but I do think that that's what, yeah, I need to fix this too, because it, when it wouldn't take it, it kind of veered off to the right. I bet there's a dirty feed dog.
Yeah, probably a piece of something in there, huh?
That or a piece of thread, which I have seen that happen in this one. If I don't check it every so often and clean it.
Yeah, the more you sew on them, the more linty they get.
Yep, and I'm about halfway through this spool of thread, so I'm thinking, I bet you. In fact, we're going to have a peek real quick. I bet it's dirty on the feed dog. Yeah, let me take a look. Probably good. I was trying to run this bobbin out before I take it out, because once I take it out, I'm not going to want to put it back in there,
Yeah.
And that's wasting thread. Where is my little sewing machine cleaner? Okay. Okay. It's all right. I'll just use a seam ripper to clean it out for right now. Because I'm sure I can pick it up with that way. Yeah, there's a little bit of dust in that one feed dog. Oh, there's something caught there. Dust bunnies. Yep, I definitely need to clean. Yep.
Yeah, it's just I've been working hard. I need a spa day.
Yep. And I plan on doing a live. I got to move this to the dining table in order to do it. I'm going to do either a pre-record or a live. I haven't decided which. I'm going to take the bottom off my machine. And when I do that,
oh yeah,
I know I'm going to find straight pins. That's the reason for taking the bottom off. But it might also, because I just recently realized I've had this machine 5 years. This machine has not been serviced.
oh yeah. You probably want to go through.
Yeah,
Be nice. Does yours need?
and
Does anything need oiled underneath, or
no,
you
you're not
no,
supposed
don't do
to.
that?
You're
Yeah,
not supposed to.
mine neither.
Yeah, because there's this wick in it, and I'm assuming that when you get it serviced, they probably replace it or something. But I only have this one machine, and so if I can just hold out on getting it serviced until I go to the United States, what I can do is send it for servicing while I'm in the States. Send it to
Yeah.
Denmark for servicing, because I won't be using it anyway, because I'll be gone for about 12 weeks.
Yep.
And that should be more than enough time to get it serviced and sent back to me. Or we can pick it up when we come back to No, we won't fly back through Denmark if we come back the United States way. So yeah, definitely don't have to be mailed to us. Just like it was, because it was mailed to me when we bought it. It was sent on the ship.
Oh, okay.
So I kept the box. I still have the box and everything. It's up in the attic. So we can put it back in the shipping stuff that it came in. That's one thing I didn't do, is throw the box away. Because we were talking about, I said, what if I need to send it for servicing? We should keep the box. And he's like, that's a good idea. I'm like, I know. It sure is. I am going to go up to Great Greenland and find out who services those machines. Maybe there's someone here that knows how to service a Janome. I don't know. Because those aren't Janomes in that in the factory. Those are big, huge industrial brother machines, and they are big metal beast. They're so big. The necks on them are so long. Oh my goodness. I'm like, every quilter's dream come true, man. Good evening, Katie and Sherry, and everyone in the chat says Captain Stitches. Isn't that Jean? Hi, Jean. Pretty sure it's Jean.
Yeah. Jean, Captain Stitches is Jean. Hi, Jean.
Stacy, I don't have one. Sorry. Can you drop your? Yeah, she doesn't have a channel.
Who? Stacy?
Stacy was asking Myra if she had a channel, because she wants to go and visit the channel and subscribe.
Oh, okay.
Us little channels have to stick together.
Hey, I think I made pretty good progress. I hadn't even started my my hourglasses at all today.
You just been doing half triangles, or you've been doing the patches?
Well, no, I mean, I hadn't even started the process of getting to that, and I got some. So, but I'm not counting how many, because there's a lot more to go. I'll count when I get a lot.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it right now because I'm not counting. I figure when
No.
it looks like I might be close,
Yep. When there's a
you're
pile.
Jean, you're not late.
No.
As long as I'm still going, you're not late. And besides, I'm not going to quit until I get this block made. I'm on a mission here. We're going to finish this block tonight, one way or the other. I had a little bit of a issue and had to stop and rip something out. And I think we're going to end up going 3 hours, whether I like it or not. Like it.
And you know, Katie, I don't get sleep well on the nights. I'm too wound tight.
See who's wide awake right now, right?
Yeah. The only thing is my body feels it, but that's it.
Same here. Right now,
Yep.
I would like to go open the front door because it's hotter than Hades in here.
Oh.
I don't know why it gets so hot. I think part of it's this chair. I get heated up in this chair and that makes me sweat more.
Well, your floor being heated is gonna bring
Yeah,
that body heat all the way through.
So my husband, I tried to talk my husband into let me go turn the thermostat down. He told me not to. And then we got that bitter rock 2 days ago, and I'm glad I didn't because it would have really been cold in here had I done that.
He said that it would be. He says, nope, it's gonna get cold again, and
It sure did. That bitter rock dropped that temperature like a rock, you know.
quickly too.
I hate it when he's always right.
I know. It's like, oh, did you have to say? Well, he's lived in that. He's lived his whole life. He knows what
He knows what he's talking about. That's right. And he knows that I get hot in here sometimes and I complain about being hot. But he's like, nope, you're not turning it down because this house will turn into Siberia if you do. I'm like, okay.
Most usually husbands are saying, turn everything down. Huh?
Yeah. And fuel's gotten expensive.
Yeah.
And I guess the reason you can't have air handlers here, you know, like what we have in Florida for where you can run a heat pump in the winter months,
Yeah.
is because the weather is so when the wind comes, it drops the temperature so much that a heat pump cannot keep up with that. Thank you, Jean, for yeah, look, she's second level now. Yay.
Aww.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that was nice.
Next week.
Jean is I always say Jean's such a sweet person.
Yes, she is. I
think she's so
her
sweet.
Yep. When she's doing her lives, I'll sit and watch. I don't, you know, sometimes I might not talk, but she'll be sharing something really interesting, and she's so articulate about it.
She's so good at speaking.
Good at it. And I'm sorry we're talking as if you're not even here. Are you still having issues with eggs? Oh, here in Greenland? I think you're talking about here. Right now we actually have eggs in the store. I went to the store earlier today, and the one store that didn't have any yesterday, or no, 3 days ago when I went, had eggs today. I guess the ship came today or yesterday. I don't know which day. So that means Brucein has food. So I'm gonna truck up to Brucein for a couple tomorrow sometime before my live and see if I can come home with a couple of items.
Did you see what Denise had said about your sewing machine? She says, of course, she asked if you took your bobbin area completely apart and cleaned it out, which check your manual for places for areas that machine owners are allowed to oil. Floss your upper tension area.
Yeah, I know there's a wick up underneath my bobbin case because I always pull my bobbin case and everything out to clean that whole area. And I'm going to do that when I run out of bobbin here directly, and it's not going to be long. But I read in the book it says not to oil it. Hey, I go all the way. Why not, says Jean. That's awesome. All right, let's make sure we got this going the right way so we don't have another foobar. Do you know where I learned that word from? Hey, Jody. I learned that from a Canadian. Foobar. I wonder if it means the same word as the naughty one. How you doing, Jody?
Oh, she's still in here.
It looked like she just came in, but maybe she's been here the whole time.
She was in here earlier. All the way where? Myra wants to know where all the way, Jean. You've got her curious now, Jean.
We're going to start something funny in a minute. Myra says
military use it. Oh, I learned it from Saving Private Ryan. Stacy said.
Oh,
I wrote her name down and I remembered it before I turned.
I've heard it more than once, but the first time I heard it was in IRC. Someone in there says, I foobarred something, and I'm like, what's foobarred mean? You know, blah, blah, blah.
When fell asleep last night with the computer on. Well, we're all in the same boat. We're all doing the same things, so I guess it's okay.
The life of a computer user or a YouTube user.
Yeah, I have fallen asleep. John, my husband John, he laughed. He says, Sherry, and I opened my eyes and go, yeah. He says, your phone's right here in front of you like this, like you're looking at it, but your eyes are closed, you're asleep.
It's like me with the laptop in my lap and I'm sitting on the bed sleeping while the laptop's right there.
Yeah, yeah.
Nicholas like, honey, don't you want to go to bed? You're sleeping. No, I'm not. I'll answer him in my sleep. No, I'm not. It's pretty funny. So he ends up and comes and moves the laptop, and then of course that does wake me up. I'd up beyond all recognition. Interesting. The film from Tom Hanks, says Stacy. What is the deal here?
Oh yeah. When you know that you can't keep your eyes open when you're listening, you think, oh, it's okay, I'll just listen to this. I'll listen to it, and it's been playing in the background, and that one's gone, and another one's come on.
Yep.
I don't remember.
People will tell you they hear me singing.
Jean says she's done that, been there, done that many times, Katie.
You just look out.
I need to cut some different background colors. It's like you got all these backgrounds, but then it's not hitting you. It's like, okay, I'm tired of that one.
Yeah.
This is one of my favorites that I like in the fabric.
Oh, that's cute. That's pretty, actually.
I can't remember. There's one of them. Oh, that's not somewhere in here. Oh, here. This one turned out pretty, I thought. This hourglass. Because that's the writings. Doesn't look like love letters.
Yeah, it does. That's beautiful.
That's that fabric. Then with fabric, I have so much of this background fabric right here with the writing on it because I got it in 108 wide.
Oh,
yeah. And so whenever I use it, I got all this extra left because, and because it's mine, you know, one I had ordered, and
Yeah.
it's like one of those that you use it, you use it, you use it, and it doesn't go down.
So you
I'm gonna
finally,
have to
yeah.
send it to some. I'm gonna have to share it or do something, send some to somebody. But it's a
Okay.
good background
Okay.
as far as I mean backing fabric.
That side's pointing in the right direction. Now let's get the other side done. I'm thinking this thing's gonna, I have a feeling that it's gonna force me to clean this anyway. Because I think the feed dog that's not working right is right here. I need to look at this again. Hang on a minute.
Ooh, that looks too small. Nope. That's good.
There's definitely stuff.
Dozed off holding a glass of wine last night. Guess what happened when I came back to? And I was sitting next to my sewing machine and keyboard. Oh my Lord.
Oh no.
I had done that before, and it'll be in my hand and it'll be like, so I don't no more, but yep.
My machine probably needs a good spa day at the sew machine company.
So it stopped working.
No, it's okay.
For
It
you?
just um it probably needs to be serviced anyway. It never gives me trouble. I don't know what it could be, that it's just dust caused this, or maybe I need to change to a fresh leader. Maybe it's the leader itself causing it. Let me try that and see if that's what it is. Or my machine is hating these straight pins one. Okay, whatever it was, I must have moved it. It was probably a dust bunny. Which means I gotta make sure that I clean the heck out of it when that bobbin runs out. Hopefully the bobbin won't run out until I get this block finished. Because then that means I'll have to stop and clean it. Katie, do you have two live streams running at the same time, or are you able to run two separate cameras at the same time? So here's how I do mine. I use Zoom, and this phone is logged on to Zoom at the same time my laptop's logged on to Zoom, but I'm only using one Zoom to drive the live streaming through YouTube. Does that make sense?
One's being the mama.
So like you see how I have Sherry in the channel? She logged on to Zoom to be part of the live stream. And that other camera you see where right here where my hand is, that's my phone. And that's logged on to Zoom also. That's how I've been doing it all this time, because I don't have enough hardware yet to do it like other channels do. There's things I still need. I need an apparatus and a couple of things that relate to camera stuff and a thing to zoom in and out. So with this phone, I can't, unless I go up there and zoom in and out, I can't just go.
Yeah. I can't either. It's kind of a pretty fabric too.
Thank you, Jody.
It's different.
Wait, put that back up there. Oh, that's
I
pretty.
like it.
I like it.
I know. It's like, where has this been? somewhere in my fabric stash.
See, now Jean says phone is in as a guest or logged in as a guest. Yeah.
Yeah.
And she said she used to do it like that all the time too. Now, luckily, she has 3 webcams instead of now, and she can zoom in closer. See, that's where I'm lacking hardware. I don't have that system yet, so that's why I'm doing it the only way I know how to do it, and that's this way currently. And Jody, thank you for what you said too. All right, we need to resew this one. I have a crease in this one, which means one of the biases must have stretched. We're having fun with this block, aren't we? Oh, we
Well,
turned it
Stacy,
the wrong way.
Stacy, I'm right there with you. There's something that goes wrong with every live.
Yep.
Well, my last live was okay, other than I had all my problems beforehand, almost.
Which gets you stressed and nervous.
Yeah, and then you just go with the flow. Oh, I know what happened. Yeah, this is interesting, Stacy. Is my last live. What happened is that I use StreamYard, and so when I went in, I can pre-schedule the time that I want to go on, and I did, and it shows up on YouTube that when it's going to schedule and when I'm going to go on. When I went in to that, I couldn't find that one. So I went into the studio, tried to find it. I couldn't. Here, it went live without me. And I could see from my other, my other monitor, the chat from that one, because I had clicked on that. So I had told everybody, hold on, I can see you in the chat. I'm going to fix it. So I literally went out and rescheduled. I didn't schedule, but I went back in and told it to do a live stream and do it now. So everybody ended up finding me. Then I could go back on that chat and tell them I'm on another one. So it's always something. And you just, I got so frustrated with trying to make pre-records with, you know, like the recording part would go good, but then my editing would get all messed up. And I thought, I'm just doing lives for a little bit and then I'll work on it.
Yeah, there's something wrong with my clip champ. It keeps crashing. I'll get about halfway through editing a video and then the thing crashes and I don't understand why it keeps crashing. Jean made a couple comments I wanted to read.
Okay.
She said, where did it go? She says, I need a piece of that for slow stitching, Sherry. And then she says, all you need is an adapter to plug in more USB. And then she says, you don't need anything fancy, Katie. Yeah, I'm just trying to what I want the thing I want the most is something where you can see this part where the camera's like here instead of, because right now you're not even seeing it. Either way I turn this, you're not seeing in the same direction I'm working in.
Jean, I'm going to give you my email address. I'll give you my email address. You email me your address and I'll send you, you can have the rest of this piece. I'll mail it to you. You can have it. How's that? Bigger than a fat quarter. You can, I know when I looked at it close, I thought, man, I see stitches in this.
Myra, I think I missed part of the conversation. She says, was everyone dressed? I don't know what that's in reference to. Then she says, well, question mark, inquiring minds. I'm not sure what that's in relation to. And then Stacy says, yeah, if I didn't have a second account, I would have not known mine wasn't working while I was talking away to myself. Finally figured it out and only could get back on by subscribing to the stream. That's funny. And then Jean says, my webcam is on a stand for overhead. Yeah, that's what I need, is like overhead. And you don't have to do that, but it would be great for slow stitching, says Jean.
I am going to do that, Jean. I'm going to send that piece to you. I gave you my email. My email's here in the chat. I wrote it down, and you're more welcome to that piece. I would love to see you use it somewhere and say, oh, yep, you're more than welcome to have some of it too.
Okay. Oh no. Da 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 da.
Is it okay?
You don't want to know.
Is it not playing nice?
Oh yeah, I'm trying to play nice. Come on, behave yourself. No, I'm not crazy, y'all. Oh my gosh. I'm just having me a good time with these angles. That's all.
Oh, yeah.
Little person over here. Dang it. All right, let me try that again. Darn it. All right, this needs to go. Yep, that's the right direction. But this one was the one that wasn't, apparently. Okay, so I don't know. That looked weird to me for some reason. Go figure. All right, let's get this back on here again. This block is going to get finished. As soon as I get this one bear paw finished, then I can sew the rest of it together, and then all that's left is putting those half square triangles, which is a piece of cake, as long as I turn them in the right direction anyway. The big ones.
Yeah.
I think that me having a little trouble with this feed dog is what got me all mixed up, because I was too busy worrying about it. Yeah, you're gonna have to wait, princess. I'm busy. You can wait just a little bit. Every time I take you out, you have to mess around. So you get to wait a minute until I finish this. All right, let's sew this on first.
There, we got that.
So remember how she kept wanting to go outside last night?
Yeah.
And I was out there longer than usual? It was because she was messing around. It's weird with dogs that had snow for months on end, and then suddenly parts of Mother Earth is poking her head out. And this dog, she does this. She'll go.
She could tell.
Shifts the air. And then you see this dog go that way.
Just, I smell a mill.
The other day, she managed to eat something before I could see what it was, and I have a feeling it was a dead bird. Because the grass was open, you know, and every now and then you'll find like a couple of those little small birds dead because I don't know, they get trapped in the snow or something. She found one to eat. And I'm like,
Aw. Myra says she needs a cheat sheet for names.
yep.
Well,
It'll
email. She needs an email with a name cheat sheet for all using others than their name.
That's going to take a while because there's a lot of us. Hey, Patricia, welcome, welcome. And there's a couple you'll never know what their name is. One, the one that's Fever Dream Creations. I don't know if that person's a girl or a guy, and you don't know what their name is because they have never given it. I just know that they come from the Tuber Chat family, and I watch their videos all the time, and that's about all I know about them.
Patricia's here. Brownie.
Happy Friday night, everyone, says Patricia. Listen here, moody girl, you're going to have to wait. Mommy's got to finish this. I'm on a mission. We're finishing this block one way or the other.
Okay, this one's in the middle.
One way or another. You hear her?
Whining. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. She's letting me
She
know.
says, are you done yet? Are you done yet?
Like, are you done yet? Can we go yet? Are we going yet?
See, that food has to come out now.
Yeah, are we going yet? Are we there yet? It's like this. You notice how she goes. When I first met her at the airport, and we were in the hotel, and she was I put her on the sofa for a little while. She would chirp. She has this cute little chirp, like a bird chirp.
Oh.
So when she's not showing, right now she's showing her behind. When she's not doing this, she'll make these little chirps, and it's so cute that she chirps like that.
Gino,
I'll
put this in too.
Yeah.
You probably have that, but it's a little bit. It's just a scrap. But it has lines. Little stitch
now
marks.
I didn't say that, Jean. We're talking about a channel called Fever Dream. We don't know what their names are.
Yeah.
Or what him or her name is, because when I've asked, they don't tell. But yeah, Captain Stitch's name is Jean.
My dog's name is Whoop. I know, I love her dog's names. I thought, I like that.
Myra, I'll try to get you a list up of who is who, but it'll have to wait until after I get all these lives out of my way, because the next week is going to be insanely crazy. Because I have a live on Tuesday with Andy from Crafty Witch. Wednesday's my birthday. So we're going to have a live on my birthday, and Kristen from Bella's Whisper Farms is going to join me because she's going to share with you guys what she inherited from, I don't know if it was her grandmother or her mother, one of them. A very old sewing machine and fabric and stuff that came with it. Do you hear how she keeps getting louder?
The more you talk, the more she talks.
I'm going to go lock you up in the foyer if you don't stop. Nora, no. You're going to have to wait a minute, sweetheart. At least let me get this bear paw sewn, and then I'll take you out. And then we can finish the block when I come back. Yeah, she needs to go out, Teresa. That's what she's crying about. She needs me to OUT. Patricia says, my little chihuahua here is Nora, and she's wondering where the other dog is. Laugh out loud.
Mine does the same thing. She'll look at the, like, where are they at?
Yeah. No, she doesn't want a treat. She wants to go OUT. This dog is famous for two things: telling you when she wants to eat and when she wants to go outside. I gave her an apple last night. It's hilarious watching her eat. So if you put in her bowl a piece of lamb, a chicken, a piece of duck, an apple, and maybe one of those sweet peppers, and an egg, a whole egg. Who wants to guess what the first thing she eats? What would be the first thing she would take out of that bowl? What do you think? I mean, you're going to be shocked because yes, what you just said. The first thing she eats is the apple. So she considers the apple a high value food.
Oh.
Then it's lamb next. Or if there's duck involved and lamb, she'll eat the duck first and then the lamb next. It's funny with her. And the egg is always the last thing to be eaten.
Did you tell her the price of eggs right now? That's a choice food.
So she's walking back and forth between the foyer and here like, okay, Mom, my being loud's not working. Maybe if I pace back and forth, you'll get the point. Because that's what she's doing. The pepper and spit it on the floor. Uh-oh. Don't make Nora cross her little back. Like, I know, I'm fixing to take her out, y'all. Just give me a minute. And you get to run the channel while I go outside with her.
Okay.
And y'all can look at this while
I wondered when she was going to win.
Yeah, she's about to win. While I'm out,
yes,
you can see this block. There you go.
Very pretty.
I'm gonna sew this right here. And then the other. Wait a minute. I'll put them on when I come back. I'll be back.
I know. Little doggy. She says, you fed me, now I gotta go. So you went, Myra, you went what was it, flea market, or you went to a sale today? You know what, after I'm done with this quilt, if I don't make half square triangle, I mean hourglass for a while, I'll be okay. I think I got 200 and some to make. That's a lot. Yeah, Denise, yeah, I agree. You know, it's like you get so many questions of what to do or what can you do. I got questions. I don't know how to do certain things, you know. You try to look them up or watch another video and it just confuses you even more. Or they make it sound simple and you go to do it and it wasn't that simple. Yeah, I like Facebook Marketplace. I do some advertising for my quilting on there, and I've gotten quite a few clients from that. So Jean says that the first quilt I made had hourglass blocks. Oh, that was over 40 years. Yeah, the first quilt I made was a log cabin. Oh, these aren't hard. It's just that you're just doing the same thing over and over and over, you know. I guess I've done enough of it for a while. Need to put it up for a few days and work on something else. That way it'll be fresh again. Yeah. Some are strangers and some are, yeah. You know, I got a feeling that Katie could go all night long with Alive again. She wears me out. By the time I'm done, I say I need a day and a half just to recuperate because I can't get to sleep because I'm wound. And so I don't sleep good. And then the next day I'm like, okay, veg time. Last time I did this like 2 days in a row or something with her. And I just like, I slept, I slept in, got up, went back to sleep again, and then went to bed that night and I slept the whole 8 hours or so. I was just totally like worn out. I think it's mental. A lot of it, you know, you put so much energy into it to mentally too that it wears you out physically. Well, good. Yeah. You have some nice projects, Jean, to work on. I saw them. You got a lot of projects for embroidery in that. You can't hang with her anymore. I'm too old. Hey, I'm there too. Hey, she's gonna get older next year. I mean next week. So wow, wow. You do keep a lot of hours out there working on stuff. Yeah, there'll be nights that I just wake up 2:30 in the morning and okay, my brain is active. My body isn't, but my brain is. So I'll just get up and that's you know that's what and I bet you can relate to this whoever like Jean and whoever does get up and stay up during the night or gets up early. It's so quiet. And if you go in your sewing room or you go someplace or you start working on it, you feel so productive because you're doing it during the time that you normally wouldn't do it. So it's like it's your quiet time. I can check my emails and I can check on Facebook and I can see what's going to be happening to that day and just catch up on maybe some replays and stuff like that. That and then if my husband I gotta be quiet so he don't hear it. If he happens to wake up earlier than normal, I'm thinking he cut into my time.
Okay. Let's see if we can get this block finished. All right.
Yep.
Did I miss anything?
Yep. Well, yeah. We were talking about the fact that if you can't sleep and you get up
Uh-huh.
and then your, brain starts working, so you get up. Sometimes you can get more done
Yeah.
when no one else is everything's quiet.
I have gotten up when I couldn't go to sleep and Nikolai's over there sleeping away. and after like an hour and a half, I can't go to sleep. Nothing works. I have come in here and sewed for a couple hours and then gone back to bed.
Yeah.
And that helped. It's interesting how sometimes that works.
Well, you can fight sleep, and it's not, I mean, you can fight to go to sleep, and the
Yeah,
more you fight it, the harder it is to go. You're better off just to get up and
yeah, yeah.
like last
I've
night,
done that a few times.
yeah.
And I asked him, "Did you hear me sewing last night?" He's like, "You got up." So he did, like I said, a bomb could go off and he would never hear it.
Yeah, last night was 2:30 in the morning, but I took a little snooze in this morning. Reselling ads.
I know that feeling. Believe me, I know that feeling. There are times when I wish
I bet you that's just a routine. It can be your sanctuary where you can go and there is quiet and peace and things like that,
Yeah.
because you have things surrounding you that bring you joy too,
Okay. I need to press this. She didn't do her business because
That's good.
because I scolded her for eating something.
So what's she doing? Feeling bad? Did you break her heart?
I didn't yell at her. I just scolded her. Popped the leash to let her know and told her no because she was eating something. And then after that, she decided she wasn't going to do her business. So now so right now she's sitting in the foyer with her harness on because she didn't go and do her business. And I'm sure in about a few minutes she'll be trying again. And maybe next time when I take her out, she'll go.
Unless what it is that she can.
I rarely have to scold her, but when you do it, it's like, okay, I'm not going to do anything, Mom. That's the Dachshund in her.
Yeah, maybe she wanted to go out because she does smell the scent, before.
I'm pretty sure she has cabin fever really bad. I mean, we hardly get to go out except for doing her business, and because there's just too much ice for me to fall on. But the roads are starting to get almost cleared off enough. I just need to get a good path going from the house up to the road that I know I won't bust my butt on,
Yeah.
Katie, I'm going to rearrange my office parlor to be a craft sew parlor. Oh, cool. Are you going to wait?
That's Myra. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Let me reread that again. Oh, you're going to go in the other room. Okay, gotcha. She has two. She has one of them supposed to be a dining room, and I'm not sure what that other one was meant to be, but she turned it into an office parlor. And the one that's supposed to be like what do you call it, a formal dining room?
Yeah.
Most of us no longer even care about. She still has her big dining table in the dining room, but it's this big, beautiful room with doors on both ends of it, and like I told her, she could just like cover up the dining table, to use it, and then have functional cabinets to put all of her stuff in. And then when she does have family over for Thanksgiving or whatever, then everything's put away and she can turn it back into a dining room again.
Yep.
But it looks like she's talking about using her office, which that's the other room. That's right, because you're retired now, so you don't need an office. Well, you know what I mean. You used it for work. Can you hear her or no?
Yeah.
I figured you would hear it. Someone's going to say something soon like, will you please do something? Uh-oh. Her whining is stressing me because I want to finish this block. She's usually not so. I'm pressing this block, so hang in there with me, you guys. I'm trying to get it finished.
Yeah, it sounds like Myra has a beautiful home.
She has a big house. I mean, when she has a second floor and there's bedrooms up there too. And we stayed at the one upstairs. But out of all her whole house, I think the thing I love the most is her kitchen. Her kitchen
No.
is so cool. It's so nice. Way bigger than mine. I mean, I don't have a small kitchen myself, but she has all these cabinets, and I'm so jealous of those cabinets, man. She's got cabinets everywhere, and she has a central. What do you call that in the middle? And she has an island in the middle of the kitchen that has the stove on it and everything. It's really cool.
Yeah, it'd be an island, cooking island.
It is so pretty. Butterfly leaf table instead of the table leaf. China cabinet, big buffet, and small buffet. Yeah, she's got all this. And she's got antique furniture in there. It's really pretty. But that other house was not chopped liver that you lived in Orlando. That house had a pool. But she lived really close to the airport. I remember that airport as a kid because that didn't used to be called Orlando International. It used to be called McCoy International. And somewhere around that airport is a housing development that we lived in when I was a kid. And you could see the planes taking off in the air and stuff. And my mom, she was a waitress inside of the airport.
Wow.
I don't remember how long she worked there because my dad was moving us like every couple of years. I don't know how many times we moved around Orlando, but it was a lot. We lived in our 3 or 4 different places in Orlando. I think we lived in Winter Park. We lived in Clearmont. We lived near the airport. We lived in Chuliota, which is just outside of Oviedo and kind of like off to the side of Orlando. Then they bought land in Christmas, Florida. They bought 2 acres there. And so we lived there for, I don't know, 3 or 4 years maybe. And then they moved, they made the great move to the North Florida area. And that's where they ended up putting roots down permanently. Because they moved it, mom and dad moved us to Lake City in 1975. And that's where they had been ever since until they passed. And that was where I was until I moved to Greenland. Something's wrong with this pen. Y'all bear with me about the dog. She'll settle. I made the mistake and scolded her for eating something, and it's because I'm trying to teach her not to pick up things off the ground because she's on a special kind of food diet, and I don't need her eating people food outside or dead things. I don't think eating a dead bird's going to be a bad thing, but I don't want her eating
Yeah,
dead
it
mice.
could be.
Yeah,
You
it
don't
could
know
be.
what it
Yeah, you
could
don't know why they
carry.
died. Yeah. I would prefer to know what goes in her belly.
Yeah.
Especially considering she doesn't eat kibble or anything. I want to put her back on kibble, but I think it's going to be too difficult to do it.
She probably like snub her nose at it.
Well, I thought about maybe try doing kibble where it's just like a handful of kibble every day, but still give her raw, like give her kibble in the morning and
Yeah.
Like reduce the raw a little bit so it's
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
manageable.
you'd have to introduce it slowly.
Yeah, but leave it like that, like do half raw, half kibble. That way she's getting some minerals that I can't give her because I can't get my hands on organ meat. Organ meat's hard to get. In fact, I hardly ever see organ meat. A heart is not organ meat. Heart is muscle, and I cannot convince her to eat liver for. I don't know what the problem is, but her and Coda didn't like liver. I tried the lamb liver and I tried the cow liver. No. I thought about seeing somebody the next time someone kills a reindeer, maybe they can give me the kidneys out of it. And
Yeah.
maybe I can try seeing if she'll eat that. Because there's vitamins in what it is you have organ meat and you have muscle. Muscle's anything, well, everybody knows what muscle is. I don't have to describe it. But with organ meat, it has additional nutrients that would be healthy for a dog. Dogs were never meant to be fed kibble to begin with. This was kibble food got created in the UK by someone who thought that they would be cool if they could find a easy way to feed their dogs so they didn't have to spend time worrying about how to feed them. That's where it started anyway. Here in Greenland, the sledge dogs up north, they don't get fed kibble. They get fed straight out of nature. Okay, I'm going to press this and then show it to you, and then we're going to add the other side to it. Kidneys, liver, and brain, yeah.
We'll get some water. Take a stretch.
Okay. Nora. Enough. I'll let you back in here in a minute. Okay, now we've got this part of the block done. Now let me look at the picture because let me see what side this goes on. Because this is going to be in the upper right hand corner. So Let me see if I can turn this so you can see it. What I'm going to do. Okay, so what we got to do is this solid, oh, let me move this over a little bit. This solid block is going to go here, down on the corner. All right, and then I'm going to turn these. This one's going to go here. And remember, these are not sewn yet, so yeah. So what I need to do is I need to move this up a little bit so you can get a better look at it. Okay. And I'm just going to kind of pretend like there's a seam in here. All right. All right. Then this solid one goes here. And then this is going to go like this. I'm going to turn this around where I can look at it with the book for a minute. Okay, yep, it's going the right direction. Wow, this turquoise makes it look really cool. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to sew this to this and this to this first, making sure that I don't sew on the wrong, get this block turned around wrong. So I'm going to go ahead and pin one side of this so I could go ahead and pin it. And we're going to be pretty close to finishing this block. And then I'll show you all 4 blocks. I'm pretty sure people's already voted and left, so before I got this block finished. But we'll look at the poll anyway. But I wanted everybody to see this block first, and then I'm going to show Myra a ruler.
Katie?
Hmm?
Oh, I think I'm going to get off if you don't, of here if you don't mind.
Oh, have you had enough?
I'm tired.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you for coming tonight. I'm sorry it took so long.
Hey,
this was not supposed to take this long.
that is not an easy block, really. With all the bear claw, with all the.
You would have thought this would have been the easiest one, but apparently it's not.
No. Okay, well, everyone have a good night.
Thank you for coming, Sherry.
You're
you
welcome.
can join me tomorrow night too if you want to. It's up to you. Let me know if you're up for the task. Maybe.
Well, I did skip back. Okay, well, thanks for letting me come on, Katie.
Thank you.
You have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
Take care.
Yeah, you too. All right. All right, so let me go ahead and sew these 2. I'm sorry that this block is taking so long. This did not go the way I planned it. I halfway thought I could get this block done in short order, but apparently not. Jean says, no problem. I have all night. Thank you. And Myra says, it's all good, sis. Do you want to come up with me, Myra, or you want to stay in the channel? Not twisting your arm. Okay. Okay, let me send you the link. I've been online tonight a long time this go around. Okay, where's the link? 1 minute, everyone. Let me grab a Zoom link real fast. What are you doing? Okay. Send. Oh, darn. Oh, I got to email it, don't I? Okay. Okay, just 1 more minute. Okay, it's sent. All right, back to work. All right. Okay, let me make sure I got this pressed. And this should be facing. Okay. I'm just making sure I got all this going in the right direction. Okay, so this is going. All right, so let me press these real quick. All right, so now we got these done. Make sure. So what I got to do is I got to join one block to one side of this to make sure that it. Yeah. Let me look at the book again. We got the turquoise up here, turquoise next to the block, and the purple. Okay. All right. Now then, what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew this block to this, but before I join this side, I need to join this side over here. So I'm going to put this on here and sew this to this first. All right, so let's do that first. I need to figure out what parameter that bot is talking about. I was messing around with my bot trying to figure out something, and I foobarred it just on one thing though. I have a feeling it has to do with me trying to get it to share the command to on how to do how to share your channel. I think it has something to do with that. I must have put it in wrong or something. Denise, are you still there? Y'all let me know who all's still in here. So I know I'm not talking to myself. Okay. There you are. Are you still there? Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, girl. I'm glad you got here.
Well, I didn't want to interrupt with when you had Sherry in the room. You didn't need a third. But being alone, I know it's easier to have an extra, and I hate to text.
Roxy says she's here. Jean says she's here. Robin says she's here. I'm checking to see how many's left in here because I'm pretty sure.
10.
10? Okay. Yep. I knew I'd drop because some went to Donna's and then there was Becca behind Donna. So I guess they all went live an hour earlier. So most of them are probably over there now, which is okay.
Oh yeah.
Finish this block one way or the other. I was hoping Pat will be here.
I'm having Peak Crown and Coke, Diet Coke, because I'm not sewing.
Okay.
So I won't mess anything up.
Okay. Okay, Denise too. She said she had to pick up a kid after school, from after school.
What on earth time? Oh, maybe Pacific. That would make sense, wouldn't it?
I don't know which time zone Denise is actually on, to be honest. She's on one of those time zones.
Yeah.
I know that Thomas doesn't have to pick Blaze up until 7 p.m. from after, because he's on in that it's called now I can't think of the name of it, but this program that he goes to after school, they make sure that the child goes home fed from a hot meal.
That's
so every
awesome.
Night, hot meal, and by the time Thomas picks him up.
That's awesome.
I have to say that I am impressed by Georgia because maybe it's the town that he moved to, maybe it's because of them, but I'm thinking it's not. I think it's a Georgia wide kind of thing because they try really hard to help people. And being he's a single parent, there's hardly any programs, which is sad. There's hardly any programs for single dads raising their kids. Zero,
right.
Just about zero. Like if they need to go to a shelter, there's no such shelter.
No. If I ever became influential, I'm not even going to say rich and famous, I just mean influential. If I ever had any status or pull, there's a few things I would do. And one of them would be, how men and women go to prison?
Yep.
And those men and women don't pay child support, but many of them have worked at tax-paying jobs. And I think that the children of incarcerated parents should get to draw on their Social Security just like if they were deceased. That's beautiful, sis. because
I lost the
because
battle.
what happened? Wait, do it again. Let me see.
It was supposed to be sewn together. I ran out of bobbin.
Oh, we all do it.
Oh my gosh. I was hoping to like wait till, I was hoping it'd last
Well,
long enough.
just breathe and start with a new full bobbin, and won't that be cool? A full bobbin.
I know, but I needed to clean this machine and I was going to clean it when I switched bobbins.
I know, but you can take the bobbin out and clean it after. It's all good. It's nothing but a thing.
Yep.
And kept in stitches, there's nothing wrong with a glass of wine while you sew, or even what I'm drinking, though it's a little stronger. But y'all, I need help. I'm afraid to cut that fabric for that silly little book cover, which isn't
Why?
even, I don't know. I just don't know what I'm doing. And so I don't know.
What you could do is go through Google, not to look for a quilt pattern. Just hear me out. Go on Google. You know the size of that notebook, so just say free instructions on how to make a book cover for that size. Don't say notebook, just say that size. Like if that notebook is 9x8, say for a 9x8 half-inch thick or 1-inch thick book. That's all you need to say. Then go look at all the don't just look at one, look at multiple ways to do it. That will help you formulate a plan of attack on how you're going to create your book cover with fabric. I do think you need to put a stabilizer.
I know exactly how I'm gonna do the book cover. I'm gonna make 2 slides, where the book ends will go, where the arms will go into,
Mm-hmm.
like it's a jacket.
Yeah.
It's just the quilted area. If I wasn't going to make this out of quilt blocks, if I just wanted to make a book cover, that would have been done 2 days ago.
Well, see, you could
You know,
use fusible.
But I hear you, but what my angst is knowing about the pattern I can't do a 9 patch. I've got 4 different oranges, and then I've got that one green that I'm not even sure matches, and I don't know.
Well, do you have a drawing pad?
Robin, I love you. It's only fabric, not an arm.
Yeah.
That's true. That's so true. That's true. It's just, that song, the first cut is the deepest. That just, when I go to cut, it's like, oh, I don't want to mar this pristine fabric.
I have some fabric like that I haven't cut. But it's because it's not spoken to me yet on what to make with it. It's like that batik that I'm finally cutting into. Where did it go? The one where I'm using as the this background on these scrappy blocks I'm making.
I love graph paper. Yes.
See this background? Do you know how long I've had 3 yards of this and not touched it? 5 years at least, and because I couldn't figure out what I want to use it for, but I decided to use it in these scrappy blocks.
Oh, nice, honey, nice. I love it. Yes, graph paper is my friend. But this is an odd size. The rectangle of it is 17 inches by 9 inches.
Seven by 9.
17 long by 9 high.
Oh, the whole.
And that includes the inch and 1.5 inch, 1.25 inch binding. That includes that.
Okay.
Wow, Captain Stitches, I would buy the 108-inch width for all of that. That's a lot. She said, I need 19 yards of background for my next quilt. That's more than a bolt.
Yeah, that's a lot of yardage. So 108 definitely would be the way to go. That must be a pretty good sized quilt.
They have such beautiful backings at so many of these shops.
Okay, so we got one side on. Now let's get this other side done.
Did you already replace your bobbin that fast?
Yes.
Oh, you had some already done up, huh?
Yes, I did this 4 days ago because I didn't have any more bobbins.
Ah,
So I had to take the time to wind bobbins, which I hate doing.
well, I realized my Janome bobbins will not go in my bobbin case for my featherweight 221. So I had to do a new bobbin, and I think I only have one bobbin for this featherweight. So I guess I'll be on a hunt.
So you can either go to the featherweight.com webpage. They do have one. And they
Yes,
have
they do.
there. Or you can go on Amazon and see what they have to offer.
Yeah, either or.
You might even could find pre-wound bobbins for that featherweight.
I have a really hard time getting this bobbin case into this featherweight. It takes me quite a few tries. I have to pull I have to pull my book back out and go into it, and have to pull my book back out and go into it and try to figure it out every time. I don't know. I wish I could get Bill really into this. Like, he was my dad was my mom's helper. And I really wish I could get Bill into some part of this, like maintenance on my featherweight, oiling it and that kind of stuff, cleaning it, and like cutting my fabric. Cutting fabric is math, and I'm phobic. I'm sure no one else has those issues. Have those issues.
Y'all are gonna see a live where I challenge Nikolai to do something, but I'm not gonna tell you what it is. But you're gonna love it.
Well, I've seen Nikolai do a lot of things. I can't wait.
Yeah, my husband is very adventurous. He will do things most men will be like, no, that's unmanly. Not my husband.
Oh, he's a sweetheart.
He don't have all these little quirk or whatever you call them that so many men have. That's something I think that's not ingrained into Greenlandic men.
I took a course today for my continuing ed. I'm binging continuing ed because evidently I didn't hook up what I had done while I was still employed with the VA to my CE broker. So I'm doing it here at the last minute. But I did an LGBTQIA plus.
Oh my God, that's so many letters to keep up with now.
I know.
Since you brought this up, would you please tell me what a It sounds like a computer name. What's that gender? Something that it sounds like you're being labeled a computer almost. I can't think of the name of it now. I'll think of it eventually.
Asexual?
No. It's
Pansexual?
no. You don't even have that in the word. It sounds like a computer name.
Dell?
Hang on. That's not,
I'm sorry.
because I don't want to be offensive to anyone. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Okay, so put your tongue in the roof of your mouth and let it go to your brain.
Because I've seen it on paperwork that I've had to fill out for Thomas when it asks about gender, and that there's one of those on that gender list. This word I'm trying to come up with.
Well, I was refreshed today that gender is not only male and female, but it's male and female and not male and not female. And what else was the third one? I think it begins with an A.
An androgen, it's probably what you were talking about.
Androgynous.
And then there's an agender or agender. Androgen just means you have female traits. Or is it male traits? It's one of, yeah, female traits. Oh, I can't think of the word.
Well, you will. We'll come back to it. But I was on this training today.
Some of the Gen X kids are calling themselves this. And it reminds me of being called a computer name because it's like binary, finally.
Oh,
Binary.
Binary.
What does that even mean?
Well, that's a misnomer now because binary used to indicate that it was either male or female, but it's not just binary anymore because there's more than, they say there's more than the two genders. You know, there's having no gender. So they say there's more than the two. So it's not just binary anymore. And you're not just bisexual anymore. You can be, you know,
about sex stuff.
You can't find the start of your something cotton pearl?
Wait a minute. I can't find the start of my Valdani pearl cotton. She's talking about either crochet yarn or thread, cotton thread, one of the two.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I hate when that happens. Invariably, I pull it from somewhere and it's not the right place. So I feel you. But that pearl cotton is kind of hard to work with.
Pearl cotton is fun to work with.
Oh.
That's what that's made from. This is number 3. All of it.
It's beautiful, but it's, yeah.
I never thought it would come out the way it did. And when I finished it, I was like, when I showed it to the designer of the pattern, she's like, oh my God. She couldn't believe it, especially because I didn't. She says, a lot of people ask me all the time, did you have a list of what colors you were going to do in what order? I'm like, no, I did not. Like what you just see me doing with this block today, I don't plan anything when it comes to color. It's whatever I feel like that day, and if it makes sense, if it talks to me, I call it talking to me. It's hard for me to explain, but I can put colors together, and when I look at it, I'm like, hey, this works. I'm happy with this. I can also do it where I put, like today when I was finding colors, I added 2 colors, and I got to looking at them like, nope, not working.
Well, that's why I showed you that green blender for my, with those oranges. because I wanted you to go, or uh-huh.
Well, I can't do that for me because that would be my perspective, not yours.
Yeah, and do I care with my
No,
OCO?
probably not, but
No, I don't actually. I just want somebody to point me and tell me. I don't want to have to choose. Oh God, if I never made another choice in my life, it, I don't think that would be a horrific thing.
hang on a minute, please. Can you hold on a minute? I'm going to mute myself for a minute, okay?
Okay. So let's lip read Katie. Ha 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 ha. She's muted, but she can obviously hear me. Oh, I like how she put the phone in front of her mouth. Baby, I can't lip read worth a darn. So Captain Stitches, I don't think you were in the room. Were you in the room last night or the other night when I was on, whatever night that was, that I was talking about the shop hop and my fabrics? I know there's a 30-second lag, so I'm hanging out here. Well, I'm going to show those of you in the thing anyway, since she's not here. Well, she's here, but she's not here. All right, so I'm gonna make an old-fashioned book cover. Hey, can you maximize me, sis, please? Okay. So I have this soft orange material that I like this with. Matchy matchy, but not too. And then I have this oranges material that I like with this. Again, matchy matchy, but not too. And then, so I thought I would do just do 2.5-inch strips, sew them all together, cut them in 2.5 blocks, and stagger them. That's the word I was trying to get yesterday. Stagger them to put across this binder that I'm making a book cover for. But I thought, well, it needs those side seam things that the book arms are going to go into to hold it on. And so I thought about this green with it. The only green we have is in the oranges, and it is a robust green, but I thought that I could do like a little border, because for 17 by 9, if I do 2-inch, if my squares end up being 2 inches, then that means I'll have 8 and 16. So I'll have like an inch around. So I thought I might just make a green border around, because the sleeves, y'all know what I'm talking about. So here's like a book.
Myra, can you see what they're saying?
Oh, yes, wait. Get another green and do a 9 patch. So you mean 6 colors?
No, a 9 patch just means you're using 9 squares instead of 4 or 6.
But four 2-inch will fit the depth. I don't have it in here. the 4 2-inch will fit this. Let's see. I guess it won't. Four 2-inch will fit up and down on the book right here. And then the book, when you open it this way, so it's 9 inches by 17 inches. So if I do 2-inch squares, I can have 4 here with a 1/2 inch at the top and a 1/2 inch at the bottom left over. And then going across, I would have 8 squares going across. That would be 16 inches. And then I'd have a 1/2 inch here and a 1/2 inch here, making that very small border going around. And then on the inside would be the green covering this, that it slides into, so that then when you fold it, it holds it on tight. Does that make sense to anybody but me?
Jane says, yes, I know exactly what you are saying.
Yeah, I thought it matched the inner part of the leaves fairly well as well. So do I have a lag too, Katie?
What?
Do I have a lag in my chat?
The chat will always lag behind the Zoom by 30 seconds. So that's why you have to remind yourself of that. It will always happen. That's normal. It's a YouTube and Zoom thing.
Yes, Robin. Yes, Robin, my AccuCut thing that I got from my dad, it cuts 2.5 inch strips. So that gives me a 1/4 and a 1/4. So yes, I did. So Captain Stitches, just doubting myself. Oh yeah, you betcha, babe. That's why I'm scared to cut. So, but I think I'm gonna cut in the morning. I think I'll cut in the morning. Maybe tonight. I don't know. Oh, I'm on now. Did you guys, any of you want to see my furniture in here? Breathe and cut. Okay, I'll breathe and cut. I will. So this is the chair. And remember I said I like to do yarn or craft fabric stuff. So I refinished the seat of that, reupholstered the seat. And so this is the big buffet. That's the big buffet. And see, that's the little buffet. And then I also have a china cabinet that's over there with the same inlaid wood for the drawers. And of course, it's got the glass front with stuff on it. I don't know. Anyway, so it's nice. I like it. I stole it from the little granddaughter that inherited it. And I didn't feel bad because I paid her exactly what she was asking. All right, I appreciate y'all. That's what I'm going to do. It's only fabric. You remember where I bought it. Well, the green came from my mother's stash, and the others are shop hop fabrics. Yes, I got them all from Quilted Twins. No worries. So, well, I got two of them, but and the other two, I don't remember where I got them, but it wouldn't be hard to replace. So, aw, thank you.
I'm gonna minimize for or unspot.
Oh yeah, take me off. I'm done. Let's see what you're doing. Can you come in closer? I love it. I do. I love it.
Okay, this is the finished nested bear paw. Hang on a minute. I'm about to have a catastrophe. If I knock this on
Oh,
the
I'm
floor.
sorry. Did I do
No,
that
it's
when
not-
I
it's
asked you
not-
to move
it's
it?
not- no, it's not you. I was about to knock my camera off or my phone off, which would break that tripod. And I've already broke one by knocking it off the table. All right.
That's just lovely. Now, what is that board you're using? Tell me about that.
It's a design board. And this particular one, they came from Fat Quarter Shop. And these are designed by Lori Holt. And there's different sizes. Like I have four or five of these big ones. And I have two of these smaller ones.
Are they flannel backed?
This has batting on it.
Oh,
And then the back is just your standard stiff display board.
so batting will hold it on there?
Yeah, see, no pins.
Cool.
Now, if you have like a stack of fabric sitting on your design board and you flip it, it's going to fall off.
Of course.
Or these little, I'm going to figure out how to put felt on the back of my alphabeties because watch what happens.
Right.
And that annoys me. And I have a little rubber thing on the back of this one, seeing if it would work. They still fall
So
off.
would
So
it
when
be
you're
felt?
at an angle, they all fall off.
Would it be felt or flannel?
You can use flannel or felt or
Okay.
fabric for that matter. Well, I would put flannel or for me, I want to put flannel on it because flannel seems to be really good. I have my design is made out of flannel, and that for the most part it does what it's supposed to until the quilt top gets too heavy. Then things fall off of it. You know, like if you have a full quilt top, a really a detailed one, they get heavy as you create them. Then I start putting pins inside the flannel to keep it from, you know. All right, so I'm going to show off. So those of you who have waited to vote, let me go ahead and show you each block in the order they were done. And then after you've seen all four of them, then you can go up there if you haven't voted already, because I think somebody has. Pick the one that you like the most.
So kept leftover batting, are you talking about cotton batting? Or for my baby quilts, I don't always use the cotton batting. Sometimes I use that,
If
you know.
if you're making quilts for babies or children, you need to use cotton. And I'm going to tell you why. If there is a fire in the house, God forbid, if it's made of that acrylic stuff, it will melt to their skin. Cotton will not.
Right, but what I make and give away isn't for the crib, it's for the floor only.
Okay, well,
It's to go over carpet.
Yeah, as long as it's not in their bed.
Yeah, no, it is not for their bed. It's a, yeah, I don't sew well enough to do a bed one yet. So I make cute ones for the floor.
But that's just my opinion because one of
And
my
I thought about that. You're right. You're absolutely right.
and I'm a real stickler about this stuff. I don't have any acrylic batting in any of my stuff. I am a true believer of using either cotton or I'm going to test run bamboo at some point. I want to use anything that if it ends up in the landfill, it will go back to nature the way it's supposed to. So that means no acrylic thread. That means no acrylic batting, no nothing. It's all cotton.
So what about hemp?
Hemp can go back to earth,
Yeah.
but not that all this polyester stuff and all this. This is made from petroleum products.
So is that polyester that you have?
I can't
The-
tell. I
The
don't
actual
know.
fabric?
This is batting on here, and I couldn't tell you what batting is on it.
Okay. It's no big
I mean,
deal.
you
I
could
was
go
just
look-
asking.
it might tell us on the website, but it's probably unlikely. But go to fatquartershop.com, and this is where, well, you can go to fatquartershop.com or MissouriStar.com because they both sell these. But right now, I wanted to buy some small ones, but you see, when I bought these were, I want to say $13, and the smaller one was $9. Right now, this is $17. And it's like,
So the tutorial to make them, where did you find that?
me?
No, kept in stitches, made her own using the tutorial she did.
Yeah,
Um,
if I had access to this board, I would go ahead and make my own myself because I need more of this size. I only have 2, and sometimes I need like 4. And I would like to have some 12-inch ones, and I don't own any 12-inch ones. These are 18-inch ones.
which ones are 18?
This one's the 18-inch.
Oh, and what is the other one?
The other one is 10-inch. But I want to make a 12-inch in between, but I don't have access to any of this kind of stuff, this board stuff. None. I can make the binding that goes around it. Yeah, I guess this is binding. I could do that. I have the batting. I just don't have this board. And cardboard is just too thin that we get here. So that's why.
Right, didn't I gotcha. It's warm and natural. Right, right.
Hang on a minute, you
Mommy-
guys.
When my dad was still alive and doing long arm quilting, Mom and Dad used to buy their batting, in the big rolls. They have a holder, and yeah, I was fortunate to get some of that as well from them. Katie, you're going to show us those 4?
Okay, so the first one is French twist. And if you look on the pole, let me see if I put them in the order. Hang on a minute. Let me make sure this pole's in the order it's supposed to be. Yeah, okay, it is. So this is block 1, French twist. Okay. I'll give you 5 minutes to look at, or a couple minutes to look at it. So this is block 1. Block 2 is railroad crossing. Block 3 is above and beyond. And block 4 is the nested bear paw. And wait, I got that upside down. Sorry.
Either way.
So you can vote on which one you like the best out of these first 4 that we have done. The poll is right at the top of the chat. Are you on your phone, Jean? Because I'm not exactly sure how to tell you how to get to it from your phone, especially if you're on an iPhone or something. So these are the first 4 blocks. I'm going to share the screen in a minute. I'm going to show you what needs to be voted on for the next 4 blocks we're going to sew. And I'll show you the book, Myra, in case you hadn't seen the book.
So you have 29 votes. and nobody likes the one I like. That's okay.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
So
I'm
right
fine with
now,
that.
I'm gonna give everybody a chance to vote real quick. But in the meantime, this tutorial that I'm doing these blocks, because I'm teaching tutorials is what I'm doing, and I'm picking 4 blocks, and like this set of 4 blocks here, everybody voted on which order they wanted the block done, and they also made comments on those blocks, and then I formulated which one I was going to do first based on the comments that were discussed along with the numbers. So even if the numbers had said, well, I want one of them would be 80% for one, but everybody was leaning toward a different one, but they didn't vote on that one, I might have decided to do that one first, which is what
Your
happened.
channel.
Which is what happened with this set of 4. I ended up doing the French twist first because everybody was talking about how they liked the setup of the block, but they really loved the above and beyond block because it's so cool to look at. So I decided to do the French twist first. That's how that happened. It was based on everybody's feedback that gave feedback on all the blocks. Okay, so they come out of this book, and this is called 1000 Block Book. And the reason you didn't see me giving measurements is because of copyright infringement. I cannot give the measurements out of this book because I own this book. No one, and so if you want to know the measurements, you're going to have to go on to Amazon and buy the book. And but I can do the tutorial and show you how to do it. Most people who have a lot of us who are visual learners can figure out a block pretty much anyway by just looking at it. You could choose the size you want the center to be and go out from that. So it's just according to what you want to do. But there's several people who have the book. Some have bought the book in the last couple of months and joined in on these sew along. So that's why we're on block 4, because I've been doing a block every other week. And by the time we hit July, we'll probably have 12 done. But I'm planning to try to carry this all the way through December, and unless there's a less interest as we go along, but hopefully not. So let me show you the blocks that I wanted you guys to comment and vote on. You will find the next 4 blocks on my community tab.
Tempted Stitches likes number 3 as well, but she can't find the poll, and I don't know how to help her find it.
What did she say? She's on the oh, she's on her laptop. Okay. How can I hang on? I'll show you how to find it. I'm going to share my screen because I can do that with Zoom. All right. Sissy, can you keep up with the chat while I'm doing that?
Absolutely, I'm looking.
She might ask a question about that.
Right, right.
Okay, so I'm gonna share the screen, and you're gonna see the chat, which is right here. And just ignore the fact that you can't see the YouTube video because I have popped out my chat screen from the browser so that I have my Zoom video on one side and I have my chat screen on the other side, because that's how I do this.
There we go. It's coming up now.
Okay, can everyone see the chat screen?
Yes.
Okay, let me move some of these. I need to move these out of the way. Up here at the top, which I don't know why this is on top chat. That's weird. Anyway, you're going to see live chat or top chat, whichever you have. You're going to see goal. You probably see my channel. I pinned a message up there. It says, hi, y'all. Don't vote on the blah, blah, blah. I wrote that out. That's at the top of the chat. And also at the top of the chat is the poll. You should see it right there at the top. It probably minimized because I have both a comment pinned up there plus my poll.
So did you get that kept? Can you give us a thumbs up?
I went to the top as I could and the poll isn't there. I don't remember what block goes to the name.
Number three was Above and Beyond. French Twist was the first one. Railroad Crossing looked kind of, no offense, like a swastika to me. And then the Bear Paw is the one she just did. Sorry, that's what it.
that is now these. Oh my God.
Oh, but wait. No. Let me take it out of your brain. Native American Indians used a
I know,
symbol.
but the bot might hear that word and assume that's what that block is. They have analytics to the videos, and if someone mentions it, they'll come back and look.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
it's okay. I
learning.
never even thought someone would have thought that's what that is because it doesn't look like one to me. What made it look like that? The color?
The way the twirl was going.
Hang on a minute, Myra. Robin says she doesn't remember what block goes with what. I'll re-show that to you in just a second. And Jean says it's not there. That's interesting. Let me put it back into the browser and let me see what it looks like in the browser. Hold on a minute. I need to unshare the screen before I can do this. There's some things with YouTube you have to be super careful about mentioning because they
I'm
can.
sorry.
No, it's okay. You don't know these rules.
Not yet.
Some of these rules I'm still learning. Like I got a message from YouTube telling me that I was that my video had advertisement for an election, and I'm like, wait, what? There's no advertisement about elections in my video. I went back and watched the whole video, and I'm like, the word election got brought up, but yeah, so I had to write back and say, hey, go look at my video. You'll find there's no election, blah, blah, blah in there. Anyway, I'm talking about seeing and saying. Okay, do you want me to show it to you and tell you what the name of them are when you look at them, Robin?
I think so.
There is nothing between live chat and your message at the top. That's weird. What browser are you using? And what kind of laptop do you have? And Robin, I'll run through these again for you. Yes, the poll is not there. Did you see the poll there before? Yeah, I was about to say refresh your screen. Okay, refresh your whole browser screen because it should be there. Okay, while she's doing that, Robin, you want me to tell you each one's name, correct? By showing it to you. She's using Chrome and a Lenovo, and I know what you're talking about because that comes up on my screen when I'm hosting, but it is not on here now. Ah, it worked, she said. Okay, good. Thank God, because I don't know what else to tell you. All right, let me re-show you the blocks again, okay? So that everybody sees, and I'm going to spotlight myself, which I really don't like doing. Okay. All right. Are you ready? This one is French twist. I'm making sure the leg catches up.
That's great. I'm glad the refresh worked.
I'm happy about that too, but that was concerning. Because I don't know what else to say except do that.
So we got French twist.
So this one's French twist. Do you see this, Robin? I want to make sure she sees it.
Otherwise known as Chabe Cheka. French twist, get it?
Nope.
Chubby checker, let's do the twist. Come on, baby, let's do the twist. Come on, baby. And I said it in a French accent.
Oh, Jean says it's in the top chat, not in the live chat. That's interesting. Huh. Maybe because I had it in top chat when I created the poll. That is interesting. Okay, I was hoping Robin would answer.
Okay, she's ready. I'm sure.
Yeah, but I don't see her answering. So did something happen to her?
Yes, she said yes.
Okay, see, there was a big delay. All right, so this is French twist. The next one is called Railroad Crossing. I love that pinwheel in the middle.
I love the pinwheel in the middle. It's beautiful.
And it does
Just
remind me of railroad crossings. You know the sign of a railroad crossing? The old signs that used to be all over next to railroad tracks? Yeah, that's what this is. Okay. The next one is called Above and Beyond.
Yay, Robin's here. And Jean says no, she didn't know the railroad crossing. It was just an X, Jean. And that's Above and Beyond.
Yep. Above and Beyond. Yeah, old railroad track signs used to look like that with the crossing on it and a little emblem in the middle of it.
Sure. Don't they still?
Some of them, some of the older, like smaller towns and stuff probably do, but these fancy big cities probably not so much.
Oh,
The signs are bigger or different. I don't know. I can't remember what I saw in and here they're different too. Over in Denmark. Okay, so this one was Above and Beyond.
yeah, it's my favorite.
And the last one is Nested Bear Paw. And I did not use white background on this one, as you can see.
But it's still stunning.
Yeah, this one didn't ask for, this one used all this kind of color, you know. And this, you know, and I'll probably have more blocks that'll end up that way. Always do. It was a lot of piecing. There was 16 of these half square triangles right here. Okay.
Boy, that's a rough job. A track, keep me in stitches or keep in stitches says my grandfather retired from the railroad. He was a track inspector, and that is a rough job. I have a friend that did that for 30 years.
Okay, so while you're voting, let me go over and find the next 4 that I need y'all's feedback on. I've posted the next 4 on my YouTube community tab, but you're probably gonna have to scroll down a little bit because I keep putting things in my community tab. But I have pinned it in my Facebook group, the GreenlandQuilter Facebook group. You can find it pinned as a featured pin. So you'll see it there for those of you who use Facebook, because some use Facebook, some do not. She likes this one too. She says that's her favorite. Awesome. Okay, let me go over and find the picture of the next 4 and I'll show it to you. I'm almost sure I know which one's going to get done first because a lot of people have commented on that particular one. Surprising. I figured everybody would go for the churn dash because one of them's a type of churn dash, but no, that's not exactly what happened.
Boy, churn dash is a very iconic. I mean,
Yep.
I even know that one.
Okay, let me see if I can get this picture where I can make it bigger. All right, now we're going to stretch it across the screen a little bit. Okay, the one that got the least votes on was surprising too. so far that people have voted on anyway. All right, I'm going to share my screen again, and I won't be able to see the chat again as well.
All right.
But this is what the next 4 blocks will be doing based on how they're voted on.
So far, everybody's quiet.
Let me know if you can see the screen.
It went dark. Yes, we see them. Oh, lovely.
Okay, so this one here is called Churned Star. This is option 1.
And yes.
Option 2 is called Pivot Point. Option 3, interesting, I have 2 with the word point in them. To the point. I didn't even think about that when I did that. And the last one, option 4, is called Common Thread.
Whoa.
These are the 4 that everyone can vote and comment on. So when you vote, make sure you comment on why you chose the one you voted on, or you voted on one but you like another one more, but you're looking at how much work it's going to be. You know, there's all kinds of, a lot of people are commenting on this block right here.
Which one? You got to use your words.
Pivot point. A lot of people are commenting on the pivot point because of the way that the background works with all these darker colors, because it looks like they're floating.
I see why it says why they named it pivot point, but I just see hair bows.
That's interesting, because I see hourglass blocks. That's the princess in you. You know that, Sissy?
I know. It is.
I'm not a bow girl, so yeah.
Yeah, and you know I'm a very big bow girl. So
Yeah.
my favorite, not that it matters because I don't have a dog in the fight, but I love the churned star. It's just so.
What did you just say?
The churned star?
No. What did you say?
I don't have a dog in the fight.
What does that mean?
Not having a dog in the fight means I have no right to say anything because I am not invested in the action taking place.
Everyone who's voting on here, some of them are not necessarily doing these. They don't have a book. So, but they're allowed to vote. There is no rules here as long as you are either you're a subscriber to my channel, and you know, I don't know if you've joined the group or not, but either way,
yes, I have.
Okay,
I'm a subscriber.
Okay, so you have a right to vote on these. There's no rules here other than be nice. That's it.
Okay, so hey, Susan, welcome back. Robin Marie sees hourglasses. Jean loves the churn dash. Woo, woo, woo. My middle name is Jean. I knew I loved you. And Captain Stitches likes common thread because we are all a common thread.
Yeah,
and Robin likes option 2, the
pivot point.
Yes.
Yeah. I can tell you where we are on. Let me see where we are on the percentage. It's not a percentage here. I have to do the math to tell you the percentage. But hang on a second.
Cat, precious darling, you say I'm all 3 whoopee. However, there's 4 up there, honey.
I said 4. Option 1, 2, 3, 4.
I know you said that, but
okay. But here's how many who have voted on option 1 so far in the Facebook group. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people have voted for number 1 so far, but that's out of 1, 2, 3. Wait, that don't count me. Wait a minute. 1, 2, because I didn't vote. 3.
Wait, did you get Shirley as a 1?
What? I'm not looking in the chat. I'm looking on the Facebook.
Oh, sorry.
This is
I wasn't either. I was looking on what you have up right now.
Yeah, on the Facebook group here in the comments section, because there is no such thing as a photo poll in the Facebook group, so I have to do this the hard way, and I ask everybody.
So Captain Stitches, I'm all three too. I'm a subscriber, a member, and a Facebook group member. But I got you beat. I've slept with that woman platonically.
4 people voted on option 1 and 1 person voted on option 4 in the Facebook group so far. So there's only been 4 votes or 4 comments, so 4 votes. But 8 people have looked at or liked the picture, so that's about,
Well, number 1 just looks colonial Americana to me.
Well, that's because they're using that kind of fabric. I'm going to use batik, so it's not going to look that way.
It's, hey, Joy, yes, we're still on. But
Yeah.
But yeah, even in batiks, it's still gonna look, yeah, you can use Hawaiian print if you want. It's still gonna look Americana to me because it's got part churn dash in it. Just my thoughts.
Okay, one more thing. I got to go over to my YouTube channel because there actually is numbers there. Hang on a minute. Got to go find it. Oh, I'm on the wrong browser. Oops.
So that big board behind you, Katie Love?
That one?
Yes. Tell me about that board.
That is a TV cardboard.
Oh.
And I covered it in flannel.
Awesome.
I had 2, but the other one I used it so much that it just disintegrated.
Susan loves common thread the most.
Okay, let me go share what the polls are over on the community tab. As soon as I can, there it is. Dang, it took me a minute to see it. So you can see the numbers there too, because there's 2 places to do this voting on. Okay. Oh, that's funny. All right, let me go find the poll because I have to go scroll a bit to find it. There was no way for me to move it to the top.
Joy, hi, I'm Myra. I have no channel. I have no Facebook group. I'm just a 20+ year friend of Katie's in real life that is a wannabe quilter. Yeah. So anyway, and I don't like to text. So Katie is very kind to me. And when she has no one else helping her, she lets me come on so that I can talk instead of type. And I help her, look at the chat. So makes me feel like I'm helping. Yes, I'm her sister by heart. I sure am.
We have an over 20-year close relationship.
That makes us family.
Yes, it does. Okay, I'm going to share the screen again.
Good job.
All right, because I found what I was looking for.
She and her husband have stayed in my home. I've been to their weddings. She's been there for the death of my dad. Yeah, we're close. We're tight. Yep. And she humors me by letting me not have to type.
Yep.
Show me.
Okay, ready? Tell me when you see the screen.
Option 1, option 2, option 3, option 4. Okay,
so far here, there's been 28 votes. Option 1 is pivot point, which has 39% of the vote. Option 2 is the churned star with 36%. Option 3 is get something to the point. Oh my God. I didn't put the name on here, did I?
Okay, and the other thing is, Katie Love, in what you first showed us, option 2 was really 1. Option 1 was really 2.
It doesn't matter because this is
okay.
Because
Love
when
you.
I do math, when I do the math, it's not going to matter. I'm going to put all the numbers where they belong.
Okay.
It doesn't matter what order they're in. What we're after is votes on the most.
And the names don't even matter, sissy. They can see what they see. It's all good. Don't sweat small stuff. It's such all small stuff.
And
no peach crown.
Option 3 is 18% and option 4 is 7%. I'm really surprised about the thread one. I figured everybody'd be hopping all over that one, but nope, not exactly.
Well, it's very
Um,
unique with the circle around the spool of thread.
Yeah. There was
And Robin, thank you for thinking I'm hysterical.
there is comments down here also. So if you want to go read the there some made comments below this where they voted. You can also go over there and read the comments if you want to. There's 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 people commented as well as to why they
Super.
voted on the one they voted on. So that's what that. So probably about see, the next tutorial will be in 2 weeks from Friday. So probably the week before, I will tell you which block that we're going to be doing and give you all the information. For those of you who are doing sewing the blocks and have the book, I'll give you all the information then, and I'll give you the stats, you know, what percentage got voted on and what was said about it and why I made the decision on which one I picked. Because it's interesting how it's different over here, but it's different over on the Facebook group too. So it's pretty funny.
Good Lord, Cat, go potty. Go. You have my permission.
Okay, so now I'm gonna unshare myself. Okay, Katie, we can't see Myra. Hang on.
What do you mean you can't see me? I'm right here.
Hey, Delia.
Delia, I love your name.
Everybody calls her Day, but
Day? Okay, thank you
I
for telling me. You need
Day
to write
or
that in the
Delia.
email. Write that in the email. So, Captain Stitches, don't cross your legs like little Nora. Just go for it.
She's probably up. Are you in your studio? I had to leave early, so didn't vote. So you can still vote, Joy T, because I haven't given the final stats on that. Do you want to re-see the blocks? Say yes, I want to see the blocks if you want to see them again. How you doing, Day? Let's see if
How do
Joy
I get Day out of Delia?
ask her. Don't ask me. I don't know
I
the
just
answer.
asked.
Yeah, ask her.
I just asked.
I think that somebody gave her that nickname. I'm not
Okay,
sure.
and no, I'm not Italian.
Okay, we're gonna re-show the blocks again because Joy T wasn't here when I did it, so that she can make a decision on voting. So I'm going to spotlight again, so you're not going to see Myra again. All right.
Day, we're well. Thank you for asking.
All right, let me put it back in the order we did it. So I'm doing this in the order we did them. So block number 1 is French twist.
Do you
I
get
have-
Chabe Cheka?
Day says she's always been called Day by her friends. Okay, got it. Okay,
Huh.
so this one is French twist. Block number 2 is called Railroad Crossing. Railroad Crossing.
Even if they're not perfectly in line.
Is that the OCD talking? It is, isn't it?
It's
This
the
block-
OCO. It's the OCO.
Oh, okay. So just so you know, some people like to do strange things to blocks, and this is one of them.
Well, that's fine. They can be as kinky as they'd like, but it's still a
It's a
little off
kinky block.
kilter.
Oh, that's a great idea. Kinky block. Okay, railroad crossing. That was number 2.
Not kinky boots, just kinky blocks.
Block number 3, above and beyond. I'm definitely going to need to make some more that I'm not using background in so that this one block's not lonely.
You're doing great, Katie.
Okay, and block number 4, which I was having a hassle with tonight, is the nested bear paw.
But you did phenomenal and it's stunning.
Thank you.
Not my favorite, but it's my second favorite and it's stunning.
Up at the top is a poll day, and I asked Minnie's been following this so long because it started in February, and they get to vote on the first 4 blocks, and they're going to vote on the one they like the best.
That's in the poll that's up there right now, Day. But you can also go in and vote for the next set of 4 blocks if you would like. But it's a separate voting arena. Did I confuse you?
Oh, Jean, let me give you a hug because of that comment. Big hugs sent your way. She says, lonely. I'm over and beyond lonely, laugh out loud. Okay, so now you can vote if you want to vote. And then I'm going to do the poll, what the numbers are. So you got 5 minutes to do the voting. The poll is at the top of the screen. Joy T likes them all.
Yeah, well, some people are like that.
I like them all too. It would be hard for me to tell you which one I like above all of them because right now, I don't know. That's why I'm not voting. Besides, I'm the one making them. I like getting feedback. I really, really love people's feedback. That's why I have polls all the time. That's why so, as Lisa, I think it was Lisa that said it. Lisa said that I write a book on my community tab. It was either Lisa or Leona that said it. One of them did. Yes, I write a lot because that's the way I am. And I love getting engagement between you and me because it helps. You know, I can see where y'all are on what you like and what you don't like. And so far, this has been really good. And I've been on this live too long. The voting poll is not up there for me. Okay, refresh your screen. Are you on your laptop or on your phone? We're having trouble with these poll tonight that people can't see it. Laptop or phone?
And Joy, I'm not laughing at you, precious. I'm a Southern woman and I call everybody precious and honey and darling and dear. Hey, Joyce.
Joyce? She says it's hard to choose just one. Oh, Georgie, I don't have an Apple, so I don't know what to tell you on that one. Darn it. Katie, go to my post on my community tab and leave a suggestion for my request for background color for the fabric shown. Yep, I'll go over there and do that. Good. I'll do that after the live. I'll go do that because I love commenting. Switch
then
to
why didn't you comment for me, Prince?
Joy T, look what Jean just said. She said switch to top chat and it will be there.
Oh, I love how you guys help each other.
Yeah, that's what this community is really good about, this us helping each other a whole lot. There's so many of us small channels, and the more we help each other, the better. It makes the whole community stronger because we're doing something together. And we all need this togetherness right now to help us get through the rough patch everybody's experiencing with our world right now. I know I need all the help I can get.
What a wonderful world. It's a wonderful world.
I could go ahead and take this off because we're done with this. Ooh, this phone is warm. All right, where's the leave at? Bye-bye, telephone. Ooh, it's really warm. I don't know how long this old phone is going to let me abuse it this way. It's pretty ancient. It's about 8 or 9 years old. It's still running. Joy T says my iPad died. Okay, let me try my phone. Uh-oh. That's why this phone is plugged in, because on a live, even my good phone will die within 20 minutes on a live. So I always put a power cord on it so that it doesn't die in the middle of the live.
So y'all think about it. When you were 5 or 6 years old, if someone said my iPad died, would you have a clue?
You know what I'm proud about Tom's doing?
Where's
My grandson does not have a telephone. Thank you, Susan. I am so happy about him not having a telephone.
Well, he's too young for one.
He turns 9 in July.
He's too young for one.
I know that, but a lot of kids his age have one. He does not.
Robin, can you not see me?
I already remember lag. I just put us together. They'll see you in a minute.
Okay, Robin says it's like, where's Waldo?
Yeah. But we were talking about it, me and Thomas, the other day. And Thomas says he's probably not going to get one until he's like in high school. He's not even going to get one for middle school. And I think that's great. They don't need phones for school. That's what the front office is for. Jean says my grandkids do not have phones either. We didn't have them. If we needed to call our parents, we went to the office and made that phone call. There's nothing different in our world right now other than people let them have phones.
Well, yeah, actually there is a lot different, but
it's still the same at a school. If they need help, they go to the office. You call your parent or they call your parents. Kid doesn't need a cell phone. Well,
Katie, I was never shot at, honey. I was bullied, but I was never shot at.
Cell phones.
But I don't think anyone under 16 needs to have a phone, personally.
Don't most classrooms have phones in them these days anyway?
Not in where I'm from.
I mean, if you don't stop, you're going to get kicked out of here again. I mean it. Come here. Come get in my lap. Because mommy's done sewing. Oh, you just made my chair go down.
She is still alive, TL. Can you believe it? She's going to be off shortly, though.
Yeah, we're almost done. Do you want to see the block, Teresa? Katie, things are way worse now. That's still not a reason to give your young kid a phone.
The teacher usually does have one, but they're not allowed to touch them during the school day in the area of Florida that I'm from and that also I live in.
Who wants to go out to dinner? Oh, she's already had her dinner. That's not what the problem is. I had to scold her because when we were outside earlier, she was eating something. So I scolded her. I didn't yell at her nothing. I just popped the leash and told her no. So she decided, because I scolded her, the stubborn little girl that she is, the dachshund that she is, she's like, fine, I just will do my business.
Susan would have thought iPad died was one of those things women in their childbearing years wear during their period.
Oh my God, really?
iPad. Pad. Remember the question a long time ago was, what would you have thought if you had heard the phrase, my iPad died? She was remarking that she thought it would have been something to do with your feminine hygiene product.
Was that phrase used way back in that day to mean that?
Pads, not iPads, but pads.
I was going to say. Susan says, I saw a kindergarten boy with an iPhone in his back pocket that was too big for his pocket.
There's no craziness.
You're going to school to learn, not be on not be on your phone when the teacher's not paying attention. I think Abby has one, and Abby's 13 now, but I think Abby's had one for a while. Things are different over there in California with that family. Thomas is doing good, by the way, for anyone who wanted to know.
Now, I will say my 15-year-old grandson does have a cell phone, but he only has a limited number of people that he can accept calls from and that he can call to, because his dad is divorced from my daughter and now lives in Japan. So she's basically, well, she's a single mom without the support of having a dad close by. And I'm only there every other month. And so, if he needs her, he needs her. And if his plans change because he's involved in karate and band and the theater group and a bunch of other things. So, I see for him, but she has it very, very locked down. Same with my 14-year-old grandson that has no siblings, and in Jacksonville, his is also very monitored and locked down.
Joyce, you have a point there on that one. I probably would have homeschooled mine if I was worried about mine being shot at while they were at school. That's probably why so many parents are homeschooling these days. Schools are not safe anymore. Well, nowhere's safe anymore. I mean, you could go to church and it could happen. You could go to the grocery store, it could happen. I mean, you just happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Guess what, folks? We've never, ever, ever been safe. There's been meanness in the world since the beginning of time.
Do you know we don't have that problem over here? We really don't.
Do you know they don't have much rape or female assault in Spain? Because if men assault sexually or otherwise women in Spain, the consequences are fast and harsh.
Spain is one of the I think Spain's sitting in the top 10 of the safest places to live. There's 10, and Spain was in the top 10. Iceland was in that list. Switzerland was another one. Denmark, Sweden, and Norway was in that list. It was pretty cool. Washington State is considered a law. Wait a minute. Washington State is considering a law to keep cell phones out of the classroom.
Okay, we're triggering somebody, so let's change the subject to
PTSD.
how much longer are we going to be on?
Oh, I'm probably fixed.
You just
I
froze.
asked someone, do you want to see the block? Teresa, do you want to see the block?
And thank you for letting us know. That was very courageous of you. We appreciate it because we want this to be a safe place. And I'm saying we want only because I know her heart, and I know that's where she is too. It's not mine to say we, but I know her heart.
Katie Bug, do you want a roommate? Come on over, Joyce. Oh my gosh. Susan says, my girls didn't get a cell phone until they were driving age. Hey, that makes good sense.
Yeah,
Misty says,
that's why I said about 16.
Oh, okay, so Misty's back in here too, I see. All right.
Misty!
Okay, let's start back at the beginning again. Sorry for those that I'm repeating this more than once. Okay, block 1, French twist.
Well, I appreciate that you don't normally say anything, but I'm really proud of the courage that you advocated for yourself so that we knew and could do something about it. French twist. Checker.
And besides, Jean, this channel is a safe place, so if you do say something, it's okay. Just saying. Because we've been talking about the mental health thing. This one is called Railroad Crossing, block number 2. We are already doing that in California, keeping phone in pouches during school hours. That's good.
Yeah, that's smart.
It was either that or lock it in their lockers. I mean, there's that, where they can't have it the whole time they're in classrooms. Block 3 is called Above and Beyond.
I'm not influencing a bit.
Okay, Joyce, bring it on. Okay, and number 4 is
The one she finished tonight.
Is the Trixie Nested Bear Paw.
And that was a booger for her tonight. And I'm really proud of you for not giving up and for pushing on.
Yep, it was because I put some of the one side of the half squares over here in the wrong direction. And I had already sewed a whole row together when I caught it. So, yep, that's why I called it the Trixie. Okay, so
His name is Jack. He's got my back.
Okay, so now that's all 4, and I'm going to give you about 5 more minutes. Then we're going to do the poll. And then after that, I'm going to say toodaloo. Teresa says, wow, I love them all. And Joyce says, ding, ding, ding.
Robin says, my kids at 3, 4, and 5 thought pads were airplanes. I was doing dishes to find them all over the hallway and bathroom.
Oh my God, that is hilarious. Oh my gosh.
Joyce and Misty P, y'all come on up for QuiltCon and we're going to Airbnb. And Katie, you are going to QuiltCon.
Well, I hope so.
Mm.
The plan is the plan is to go. But
I know, babe.
we
I know
that something could change that, and you know what I'm talking about.
I understand totally. Our house is a very, very, very big house.
And I done told my husband that if we get stuck here because we can't go home, my butt's going to go
living with me.
I'm going to
Your
go.
butt's where?
If we can't go because of the environment.
Oh.
And I told him our butts are going to Spain and Denmark. I'm going to go see my sister, and then we'll go to Denmark to see his daddy.
Well, how nice for you, but what about me, Toots?
Well, I can't control the political environment going on right now.
I know. So can we see the poll?
Yes. Okay. French twist got 24%. I'm really shocked about this, by the way. Railroad crossing got 21%.
Wait. Why are you shocked about that?
I'll tell you after the fact. Let me finish. Railroad crossing got 21%. Above and Beyond, wow, only 12. That block was the one that had the highest voting in the beginning when I did the poll of which one they wanted me to do first. That one had the highest percentage of votes of let's do that one first. And so now it's just 12%. So that's interesting. But the one that got the biggest amount of votes out of 42 votes was the Nested Bear Paw at 43%. Congratulations, y'all. Thank you for
hanging. Beautiful.
Yeah, thank you for holding out and with me while I tried to get it done. It took longer than it was supposed to. Sometimes these things happen with me. I get in a fight with the angles and then it's downhill from there. But I pushed through. We got it done. So in a week, next week, probably at the end of next week, I will give you the numbers for the next 4 blocks that's been voted on and the comments, and then I'll tell you which block will be the next block in line for doing 2 weeks from today. And we're just going to keep on going, and we'll see where this goes. And still not Jean? Uh-oh. Yeah, we need to get offline so she'll go take care of herself. Anyway, thank you everyone for coming to my live tonight. Make sure to live, laugh, love, dream. And what do? You make something from all that. Thank you again, and see you tomorrow night on the next live. Good night, everyone.
Love y'all. Love you so much, sis.
Are you getting off Zoom too?
Not necessarily.
Bruh. Can you wait a minute? I need to. Oh, where did it go?
That's pitiful.
It is pitiful, and that's what everybody's going to hear at the end of this video.
And you know, my boy is laying outside the door. My boy dog is laying outside the door. Like, why don't you let me in?